Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Grapsody, and I am Will Washington. What is Grapsody? You're about to find out. But first, before we get there, I've got two others to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him as Mr. Phil Lindsey.
What's going on, y'all?
Where is that coming from? I'm suddenly hearing the audio. This as if it's open somewhere. There it is. I had the show open. I have my Twitter open, and I'm like, what the hell?
He's
Why am
trying
I
to
still
listen
hearing
to
it?
the show while he's doing the show.
Yep, Shaw is trying to hear. But then we also got Mr. Righteous Reg.
Yes,
right there.
Double R, what's up? What's up, y'all? What's good? What's good? It's Grapsody, baby. We about to set it off, y'all. Y'all ready?
Back when we didn't have an intro, we just hit the cold open, came straight in, day one. I don't know how many people have been rocking with us since day one, but probably should do this thing right and actually start with our intro.
Hey. Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. Three black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to what's talk raps. You're listening to what's talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It's officially us. No, we did not pull a switcheroo on you. It is I, Phil Lindsey. This is Grapsody. Of course, I am here with Righteous Reg. What's going on, bro?
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. Somebody said, Will, with a bunch of question marks. That was hella funny.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody I was going to do that. So Reg was probably sitting there looking like, wait, what's happening?
I was like, wait, what is our show happening right now? Hey, it's Media Man. It's Grapsody. It's our 3-year anniversary. I'm running on 0 hours of sleep. Life is very good. I love it here. What's up with y'all?
Not too much. We also Crest is in the building. What's going on?
What up, everybody? Back from my long hiatus on a joyous occasion. 3 years Grapsody, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys every time you invite me out. What's up with you guys?
Cresta. It is only fitting that Cresta's here on our 3-year anniversary. Yeah, it's been a wild journey, you guys. A lot has happened in this last 3 years. I got a cool hat. Let's start with that. Checked the mail yesterday. Actually, I went out right at the right time. Like I opened the gate and the mailman was pulling up and he was like, glad you came out. I was going to leave it outside. I'm like, bro, what you mean you were going to leave it outside? So like I almost
leaving stuff outside.
Dog, there's no way that it would have survived in my neighborhood. So luckily I got there, new Grapsody hat for our 3-year anniversary. But yeah, it's been a crazy, amazing journey. I've gotten so many great opportunities just being attached to this show, honestly. And, gaining some great friends, some amazing memories. I've been some crazy places just being like, yeah, I'm a Grapsody. And it's been dope.
Yeah, new hats are available on grapsody.bitcartel.com. This dope that came. My friend was just like, man, we got to do dad hats. And I was like, oh, yeah.
I feel like that.
I feel like that wasn't that long ago either. I was like a week and a half ago or something like, hey, let me get a dad hat. And Phil was like, I got you.
Dad hats. You don't got to be a dad to get one.
I mean, my specialist called Stoner Dad, so it works.
But yeah, man, has been a wild 3 years. When I was going and looking for our first episode and I was trying to find that clip and I sat and watched maybe a good 30 minutes of it. And I was like, yeah, this this cold open of just coming in and then I don't know everything about it. I used to be sitting across in this room. You can see the cable cord coming from the ceiling down into the basement. Yeah, different times.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what podcasting was. Like I had done podcasting before, but by myself. And
So I podcasted with Will before, and that was dope. And like, I knew what it had the potential to be, but like what it was gonna be when the three of us got on there and started talking about it, there was really no idea. We are just kind of shooting from the hip. Like, we have great conversations when we just talk. So let's kind of translate it to the thing. And like, it definitely ended up working out. But there was times when I was like, I don't really know what my place was. And I remember the first couple of weeks, I had like did like a rant. Like the second week was after I went to the WWE, after I walked out of the WWE show and did the Vince McMahon thing. And so people kept coming to the show with that energy of like, Reg, do a rant. And so like, I was like, I can like every week I can't be pulling up yelling and screaming. It's like, I can't live my life. If we're going to be doing this on a consistent basis, like I have to exist in my regular self. You know, I can't be a character out here.
No, it's enough other guys on the internet yelling at their screen on their microphone.
Dog.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you do that all the time. That's not real life.
That sounds exhausting.
It hurts. It hurts at a point. Like your throat, like your mental health, like
so you're not a throat goat.
Like you're not a goat. You're a throat goat. Like, I can't even say it. But yeah, I didn't want to like, you know, if you consistently do something, I didn't want to become this character that I had to consistently kind of keep up. And so I was like, I know what moving forward I'm going to do as Righteous Reg on this show. So actually, I'm glad that people did that because they helped me kind of form into the person that I could be, which is myself. I'm like, I can't be anybody besides myself because I roll out of bed on a Saturday morning. It's fucking 9 a.m. I can't be putting on a character at 9 a.m.
My favorite thing that you do both on this podcast when we were a trio and in our group chat is Will say something and I'll look and I know you don't agree with him. I know I have to be the one that says it, and then we'll go back and forth and you're just like, nope, it's gonna completely stay out of this.
Sometimes you guys, I go to my phone and you know when you see the little text message bubble and how many messages, it'll say like 102. And it's just Will Washington and Philip Lindsey just going at it, just like having a debate, a nice little debate. And then I'll go in there and I'll be like, man, these guys are doing it.
Do you scroll up, Reg, or do you just read the last two lines? Like, I'm not looking at
that.
It
depends on what the conversation is, Crest. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like sometimes I'm like, I'm staying all the way out of this, but you know, I like to get into it sometimes.
This guy has called me, and like the first words he said is like, "Hey man, I called you because I knew you wouldn't agree with this."
I'm like, what is this? Sometimes I'm like, what are these guys doing? But like, I've learned that it's like, no, that's how they like communicate. Sometimes, like, sometimes they just want to like get into a nice little back and forth.
Remember that few weeks where people thought we were like really beefing?
Yes. I remember being in a bathroom in Las Vegas filming a pod, and we were having a heated debate, and people were like, yo, Phil and Will, you guys need to chill like that. I'm like, these guys are not, there's no chill. They don't need to chill at all. Like, they're just talking. You know what I mean? Like, there's no ill will at all behind any of these words.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to former QB number 1, Will Washington, Cal, California.
Double dub.
A guy, man.
Not Cal, California. Stop.
Pitched this show, was instrumental in making this show happen, and he's off doing great things somewhere. I don't know where he went. He's somewhere. I don't know.
He's somewhere, dog. Like one day he was just like, I'm off the show, and then we never heard from him again. I
heard he's hanging out with El Generico in Mexico.
Yeah, I heard about that rumor. Yeah, I heard about that.
He's doing something, but yeah, man. Shout out to him.
Shout out to
appreciate him. Shout out to again everybody that has been on this podcast, Cresta included. Anybody that came through and was a guest, anybody that had us on their show to promote. Way too many names to name. And just a bunch of people that supported from day one, man. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to I made this joke on Twitter, but shout out to my brick brother when I did I think it was a post show for Double or Nothing in like 2019. Sean's like, "Hey man, you got a camera and a mic?" I was like, "Yeah, I do." And so I'm calling my brother while he's saying that, like, "Hey, yo, you got a mic I can borrow?" And so he's like, "Even better, I'm gonna stop by and buy you a mic and bring it by there." So that was the mic I ended up using for like my first like month or so on his podcast.
Wow.
Also, he was the guy that got me into a lot of like older rap. He got me into Tribe, and so that definitely influenced the graphic I put up today. Because I was not a Tribe fan until he put me on the Tribe. So big up to my brother.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to so many other people, man. Road Mics who blessed us with equipment.
Yo, Road Mics changed our lives. Our podcast would have been so different these last 3 years if we weren't laced with some of the greatest gear. I've like recorded rap, but raps like they've changed my life. I want to continuously give it up to those people for blessing us and helping us with this podcast, because if we talking about help, they're at the top.
Yeah, shout out to them. Numerous other people. SRS, who I think is in our chat, who gave us an opportunity. Appreciate him. Jimmy Van, man, Jeremy Lambert, Joe Holbert. I think that was the first thing the three of us did together was their show.
All right.
Then we did the show with Alex. Shout out to Alex McCarthy. We did that together. Man, just countless people that I can think of that like were instrumental in this. Shout out to Graffiti who designed our logo. I think part of the reason we stand out is because our logo is so dope. So shout out to Graffiti.
That was the way to kick it off. Like when we had the logo, and then I was like, when I saw the logo, I was like, I gotta do this rap like right now. And so like it all like started coming together really fast. But the logo like inspired me to like get to it, and it's continuously helped our podcast so much.
I would be sitting here all day doing the thank yous, but man, again, appreciate you guys. Appreciate people that after that first year and a half when we did the upheaval and it was no longer the three of us, it was the two of us, and that was a big change for people, and people still stuck with us. People still rocked with us, man, because we did not know what this was gonna look like.
Bros were nervous over here. Like, hey Phil, what you think's gonna happen? I don't know, man.
So yeah, man, appreciate you guys that came and rocked with us, and that's another reason why I say thank you to people that came in those first few months that were guests that helped to like keep the conversation flowing and have like a 3-man sometimes if we wanted to. That was a lot of fun. I definitely wanted do guests more often sometimes, but I feel like it was like a few weeks where I was like, no, I think we got this training wheel thing off with the two of us. I think we can do this.
Yeah, it didn't feel like we needed a third, as nervous as we were coming off of Will Washington, like, because he was like the lead, like Phil said, like the quarterback. He like was running plays and kind of putting us in place and like wrangling us back in sometimes if we go kind of ham. And so it was like, well, we can't have a full 3 hours of us going ham. So like, what's gonna happen? And I guess that was probably some of our reservations of like, maybe we need somebody in there that's gonna help with that. But then when we learned, no, we're not gonna be going ham. Like we do definitely sometimes come in here and with some crazy energy, but for 99% of the time, it's chill.
Yeah, that definitely. It wasn't just so much that he wasn't here and he was no longer our A mic, but the dynamic of not being able to try to get under his skin every episode. It just like nobody enjoys messing with him as much as I do, right. And so him not being here, I'm like, I don't know. It's not the same if I can't like come in and like.
It's not the same.
Like poke at him every episode.
Coming on the show and not being able to call somebody light skin, it just like it changed the dynamic a lot. Like... Yeah, it don't hit the same though, Cresta. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not the same. Man.
It don't hit the same.
I could be Will Washington. I'll pull my mustache. I'll bring it back for you guys.
What was homeboy's name? He used to super chat all the time. He was a big punk fan. Jake, that was his name. And so he used to sit in chat that I remember one episode where Will read his chat and I was like, all right, man. Because he kept calling Rollins a good hand. And I was like, all right, man, this Jake guy. And he was trying to move on. I was like, no. Jake.
What happened to Jake, man? Jake used to be active over here. He used to be active in all the podcasts. Man,
I know. I still see him on Twitter sometimes.
Oh, yeah?
Jake said the hell with wrestling, and
that's his name, Jake Salazar.
Hey, Cresta, I've had those days. Like, you know what? I'm done with y'all. I'm out.
I'm going back to World of Warcraft. I don't need this shit.
I'm going back to WoW. What you want? No, I'm tired. Phil and I were talking the other day. I'm like, what the hip hop space looking like? Y'all need some writers, some talkers over there, because
I
sometimes
could ghostwrite
It'd
something.
oh no, man, it'd be kind of rough. But
hip
yeah,
hop
it's
Twitter is
always
ugly as hell too.
yeah. I mean, all parts of Twitter at this point is not
Twitter is
great.
bot hell or fight hell. I just
Yeah.
post and leave.
But yeah, man, appreciate you guys as always. Feel free to send us your super chats if you just want to, let us know one of your favorite Grapsody moments, or just, shoot us a question or something, or shoot us a hyper chat. Excuse me, where we get a bigger piece of the pie. And again, appreciate you guys as always.
Yes. Y'all showed up again. Y'all continuously show up. Every time I go and look at numbers and stuff, I'm like, man, we have some consistently great supporters. So we could not do this without y'all, beyond everything that we've said. And the fact that y'all consistently want more and are always just like getting at Phil and I to get more Grapsody content is just humbling to us a lot of the time. So thank you, and we appreciate y'all. Let's get into a few super chats before we move forward. Our homie Bragov says, happy 3-year Grapsody. Thank you for the great conversations, the nuanced discussions on things wrestling and otherwise. You guys are awesome. Much love. Here's to many more of Grapsody.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, that's if, like I said, anybody that kind of continuously supports us with super chats or just regular chats and showing up on Twitter or DMs or anything, y'all are the best. Because sometimes I'm like, fuck all this. Oftentimes I'm like that. Grapple Geekery says, happy anniversary, folks. This is one of the best wrestling podcasts out there, bar none. I love Cresta being on here too. Thanks for talking Graps.
I love it when they invite me on as well. I'll be honest with you, besides Joel, Pearl, these guys are like one of the nicest people. Like Kate too. Let me not shout out Kate, but like Phil and Reg have been so nice to me, the nicest people in real life. And honestly, when we go out, I'll just be like, yo, I'm following them. I don't care if y'all don't think I'm with them. I don't care.
Hey, no, I think about that time at the Wale Mania when we're like, we keep having to go through like this insane pack of people, so many people. And like, I'm like, Cresta, where are you? And like, she gets lost. And like 1 second, like it could be over with. Like, that's how many people are there, but still such a great time.
Yeah.
That was this year?
Yeah.
That was April.
What is time?
Oh, Sean Ross Sapp was nice to me. I'm so sorry, Sean. He was in New York. You guys are all nice. This is about Phil and Reg right now.
Oh, yeah. SRS came down with the suit. He was looking icy.
He was out here for oh my God. I can't remember. My memory is horrible. Continue with your super wrestling. Continue with your super chat.
Yeah, you sure we're nice? I've heard from other people we're not that nice.
I've heard that. We're the opposite, Phil.
Maybe it's a hood connection. You've been nice to me. So
but they try to say that we don't. No, okay, let me move forward. Tenruza says, love to you. Happy 3 years, guys. The best addition to this space ever. From 3 to 2, but same love from Australia. Grapsody for life. Cresta for the win.
Yeah, appreciate you, Tenruza.
I still always think Taz ruined my life forever. Like, for the win became like a thing, but it still fucked the world for me forever. It's from Taz.
Yeah.
Bragov also says, Will Washington and Phil's arguments reminded me of the Big E and New Day. Are they twins discussion? The vibes of it are pretty much the same. Yeah, pretty much.
That episode is so funny, man. There's also the episode where they argue about hygiene, and he's like, man, do you always like shower as soon as you come in after like the matches? And he's like, yeah, sometimes I go in there and like I'll go and like sit down and like take a dump and then come back out, and they're like, ew. And he's like, I'm gonna shower. What's the problem? He was like, no, that sounds disgusting. He's like, I'm gonna shower immediately. Why are you making this weird?
I love E, man. He's the greatest. We gotta get E on our pod.
Yeah.
What
a great podcast. I really want the New Days podcast to come back, by the way.
I'm so sad that it like went away. You would think like with E's situation, and that would be even more reason to kind of bring it back, right? Like,
I
kind
agree
of
with
give them
that.
something to do. But
Maybe
you know,
he doesn't want to. I don't know. Maybe they're busy.
I don't know.
it's kind of a lot to do.
It is. It is a lot to keep up with.
The homie was describing his producing duties when he produces a podcast, and he has to like show up like 10 a.m. Like it's kind of dumb.
Just kind of show up and talk. Man, you 10 a.m.
But like if you're wrestling at 8 p.m. and they're like, actually show up at 10 too to talk, they don't want to do that.
I'm gonna sleep. You saw what they did? I did drop me on my back, bro. I took a
You
styles class
understand?
last night.
Yeah, exactly. The homie Lewis says sending some money for the festivities. Happy anniversary, Graps.
Appreciate you.
Chung Season says shout out to you guys on the 3rd anniversary. Keep up the fire content. P.S. We want more Cresta on the pod. LOL.
Yes. I don't wake up at this time. This is a lie.
Look,
I don't wake up at this
sometimes
time.
we'd be like, hey, Krista, come through. And then like she'd be like, I can't physically can. And we'd be like, all right, I feel you.
I messaged him back at 2
Sometimes
p.m.
it be like that.
This is supposed to be me today, but like it's our 3rd anniversary. Like I haven't slept a wink.
Who needs sleep? What do you mean?
Who needs sleep? Sleep is cousin of death. Nas says it. Hey, what's over there says, so one needs to make an edit of the cops intro with HBK and Triple H, but replace the term bad boys with credit boys because they love that credit.
Oh my
that's
god.
great.
Listen, man. The way-
Credit boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they don't tag you? Credit boys.
Yo, the way I laughed when they came out to open the show, first of all, HBK coming out and opening the show, I was like, okay. And then sure enough, here comes Hunter. I was like, wait.
He came out of the
doing
shadows too. He's like, oh no, he wasn't here. We didn't know he was here. Yeah, I bet you didn't know he was here. All right. Classic this guy. The worst though is the end credit boys though. Like I know you're about to show up because this is CW. We're introducing some new championships, but executive produced by the credit boys is crazy.
Intro and outro, man. I'm gonna let you know who made this.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Like we about to sandwich that.
Y'all ain't gonna have no questions about who made this. I'm gonna let you know.
I wonder who did that. No, you don't gotta wonder. We did this.
You
don't gotta guess, baby.
You ain't even gotta pull the paper out, man. You ain't even gotta
right
pull the
there.
paper
He's
out.
like, no, don't put Triple H.
Right here.
Put my government name. Put Paul Levesque. I ain't Triple H no more.
Stop.
Put
Nah,
my
bro.
Govy on there.
Right next to Mr. Kayfabe. Don't mess with me.
No, Shawn Michaels is like, hey, no, we ain't doing that though.
Trying to tell you, man.
You
Credit
know who
boys
I
in the
am.
building.
Those guys are sick though, honestly. Like
Sickos.
I was trying to think of like just the amount of times Triple H has been on this year. Like not ever. Like just talk about this year. Like, dog, what are you doing? Why do you keep pulling up?
Listen, man.
I mean, I know why.
I told you on Ask Grapsody, man. The other guy was like, nah, I make wrestling for the sickos. Listen, they do too, man. The two sickos in particular, man.
It's 2 sicko alerts in here. We book for Triple H and HBK. Who wants
Wee
some?
woo, wee woo.
And it's wild because like if you look at their history and like Shawn Michaels, that's all he's ever done. Like all he's like, I'm about me. I don't like
Listen,
let me
man.
get my
Shit
shit
ain't
off
changed.
and I'm out of here. Nothing's changed.
Damn, consistent.
Oh my god, man.
Like I'm kind of impressed. I'm like, damn, they kept this shit up for like 25 years at this point.
You want to make friends or you want to make money?
Man, and they get all their homies on too. Like, I'm not even mad at it. They like, look, put my homie in the Hall of Fame too while we here.
Listen,
And I
man.
want credit for that as well. Make sure
And
that I
I
recognize
definitely
them.
want credit.
I
I
want
gotta be
credit
up
for
there too, though. Like if you put them in.
I'm sure we were in a tag team at some time. You can deduct
Bro.
this. Well, stop playing with me.
Bro, I mean everything about this is just so funny, man. The little story montage starts everything. And he's the voiceover for it. Then it starts with him walking out there with his
Him.
theme music and everything, and it closes with him on the credits. Like,
It's him,
yo,
yeah.
come on, man.
I'm on this. Like, you don't wrestle no more. Like, you're not gonna have a match in the future. Like, what are you doing here?
He's letting you know that he knows that you know that he.
I
produced.
just want you to know
I did
that this was me.
This is me.
You see this? That's me. All me.
That's me.
65.
You watched that show last night? Yeah, that's me. No, we know, dog. I saw the end.
Your name is on the front and the back.
I'm just mad because like a bunch of other people help, dog. Like if
You sure?
Again, if we're gonna give it up, you got to give it up to some other people too, because the three of y'all didn't do all of this.
I'm just saying, you know.
You say you
that
sure?
far-fetched?
You
Stephanie
sure?
McMahon did invent women's wrestling, so I don't know if that's that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. They could convince anybody of anything at this point.
I'm not questioning it.
That's crazy. Yeah. Listen,
I'ma
they
be
said it.
fat.
I did it. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna watch.
See, that's the issue too. Like I remember, well, a couple weeks ago when like the McMahon doc dropped, and people were like, "Well, you don't watch, you know, if you," and like people still watch. They don't care. Like you didn't come out with a big scandal tomorrow. Like they was throwing monkeys off bridge, and people be like, you know, like the monkeys deserved it.
Yeah, you'll find a way to justify it. Maybe just watch it in silence like an adult.
Yeah, watching in silence is crazy.
Bro, there's a few things I listen to in silence. I will never admit to my friends that I listen to certain things. You know, mind your business.
You still be at home listening to Kels? You be putting on Ignition and it just be you in your room silent. Bounce.
Nah. I'm talking about the new Linkin Park album. Jesus Christ.
See? When we talk about it, because I don't know where to exist at.
I think both the two singles is dope. I'm sorry.
I don't know where to exist.
I like both the singles.
I'm a diehard Linkin Park fan.
I am a diehard Linkin Park fan too. I even have the Reanimation CD that everyone thought was trash.
Exactly.
The problem is, old girl lied about it. If she would have just been honest about it, but this will blow over. I'm gonna be real with you. I just don't want. When other people are like,
sometimes you gotta lie. Sometimes it be like that, man.
Listen, if I'm lying,
sometimes you got to get your lies off, man.
One of the biggest rock bands in the world, I might get off a little lie.
She apologized.
Where was you that one day? I wasn't nowhere.
I wasn't. That's literally what she said. It's like, but we got you on camera. This you? No. That was me, but that was a different version of me.
You meant that day? I thought you was talking about the other day.
Why are you bringing up old stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like,
imagine living in the past. I could not.
See, so like, I still don't know. Like, I haven't fully bumped it because, like, if I bump it, I'm a bump it, and I don't know where to.
I listen to Emptiness Machine, and that's it. And even then, I'm like, is anyone around?
Like, I watched a piece of that concert, and I was like, oh, they're getting into it. And I was like, I got to turn this off.
And she sounds hauntingly like Chester, and it's like, ah! So I don't.
And then his mom said something, and I was like, all right.
That's why I listen to it in silence and peace, in the dark and the quiet, where no one's around. That's what.
Right. Chester's mom, his son. I'm like, I can't.
Sometimes you gotta lie. Paywall Phil is
but
crazy.
Honestly, I kind of feel like even if she wasn't, they were gonna feel like this regardless. Like, I don't even think like the controversial part is what got the family. They're like, this is wild in general, and like they're never. I understand if they're never okay with it.
Yeah,
no, they were always gonna have issues. Bringing somebody else in, they were gonna always have like this kind of backlash. I don't think it helped that she had some skeletons in her closet, but
that's Scientology.
But it was a deeper, darker criminal link over there.
Good guy, girl, get out.
Saying it's crazy, dog. I mean, the whole situation is unfortunate, but
hey man, the music is good though. So.
Like Cresta said, it'll blow over. People will forget.
Yeah, people forget. Mad people were born in 2015 at this point.
That's a fact. I was born in 2012. I'm like, yo, you was born in 20 what?
Like, shut up, bro.
Don't talk. Why are you talking? I do not want to hear anybody's opinion. Look at them. That's born in 20. That's something.
If you were born in 20 and double digits, don't speak to me ever.
Please, don't listen. If you're not my little niece or nephew, I ain't trying to hear it, dog. You trying to give up an opinion on wrestling? Get out of my face. Online. Because I do feel like it's some young ones behind these accounts that be after us too, because they troll game be crazy. Because the new kids got they got some crazy.
Some of these people I be just hitting that mute immediately, like, nah, dog, you got it.
I'm not gonna argue with a 12-year-old. I see how you're typing. I'm not doing that.
You're not about to do this to me. Get out of my like you got a WWE 2K4 24 Ka as your Avi, like a creator wrestler as your Avi? Like, don't. I'm not. No.
Is that the new Sasuke avatar for you?
Like, dog, you're not about to argue Roman Reigns with the creator wrestler avatar on you.
Nah.
We're not doing this. It's Saturday. I'm outside. They get mad when you tell them you're outside too. Oh, all right, bro.
Yeah, pipe down.
Pipe down.
Some of us go outside.
It's hard out here. That cops thing was crazy though. Hey, what's over here? Corey Davis said Obafemi is the future of WWE NXT champ soon. Yeah, Obafemi, I put him on my list. He came in at number 9 on the BW 500 2024 as announced on Busted Open Radio a little bit earlier.
Hey, but you did do Busted Open right before this. Do have a list coming out today as well?
It's coming out today. But yeah, I was on Busted Open Radio. Shout out to the homie Denise Salcedo, the California Connection, and Tommy Dreamer. I got to be on with ECW legend Tommy Dreamer, and we talked the PWI 500 and magazine, and it was a wild full circle moment because I remember going to buy a magazine in the grocery store, and in the back of the magazine is a picture of bloody Tommy Dreamer. So I got to be like, I went to go buy that magazine and I saw your face, and it's just like, what am I doing in my life sometimes? The situations that I get into. It felt like that doing Hood Slam last night and getting an entrance, and then I did commentary, and I'm like, where am I? What is this?
Wait a minute. You got an entrance?
I got an entrance. They were like, hey, what's your song? And I'm like, oh, it's Brick Phone. And like they started playing it, and I came down and people were cheering for me and shit. It was crazy.
That is so dope.
Wait, you opened the show?
Yeah.
Did you hop in the ring and like
I got in the ring and I said, hey, give it up, Oakland. What's up, nigga? What's up?
You didn't get in there and go, Oakland, are
no
you ready?
Oh yeah, I was just talking about Credit Boys, but I did do a Credit Boy move. Like I came out to my song, I got in the ring, I was like, give it up to me. But like it's different though. It's just one time occurrence. But yeah, I had like an entrance. It was amazing. Shout out to Slam. Shout out to Dark.
So it was less Triple H. It was more like when JR comes out there and they play like the Sooners music.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just come down, my hat. I'm just like, yeah, thank you, appreciate y'all. Hey, nice to see you. Hey, what's up, girl? Because JR. Yeah.
He's definitely saying what's up to somebody in the crowd.
Hey, what's up, girl? Hey, get out to me after the show. Shout out to the homie JR. He deserves it.
He does.
He needs to get
legend.
Legendary. Grapple Geekery also says, could Cresta bring Iridian in to the show sometimes? We would love it.
This is not my show. This is their show. Ask them. But Iridian would love it. She loves you guys.
Yeah, she's great.
Fellow Chicagoan. She was in the building at NXT on Tuesday. She got free pizza. I was not there.
That's crazy. That sounds salty, didn't it, Cresta?
It sounded a little bit salty. I'm not gonna.
A little bit, like just a little bit.
I just every time there's some free something and Punk is in the building, I somehow am not there to get this free thing. Like I was there when he debuted AEW, but I did not get ice cream. So,
and that's crazy because I feel like when he's paying for it, he's like, damn, Phil's gonna love this. And then like like you don't even
that one guy that's on Twitter with the dread guy, the name is also Phil, man. Ice cream, that guy's gonna be on it.
He gonna love this ice cream.
Any Phil is all right in my book.
Man, then he's at where were you at the merch line? You was at the merch line when you missed the ice cream?
No, I went to the scrum. This is the second time I've gone to the scrum.
Right.
Yeah, so I went to the scrum, and when I came out, there was nobody out there. I was like, I missed this ice cream.
Damn.
Nobody wants the rest of these ice creams. Put them away.
Yeah. Patrick, we've had Lyric on the show.
Yeah, we've had that.
Yeah.
We've continuously had Cresta. She doesn't count as a guest at this point. She just like
I live here in Sean's basement. In everyone's basement.
Oh, Cresta's here today. Yeah, there she is. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know that's why that's her song, but
the price is right.
Come on down, Cresta. Shanika says, happy anniversary to my go-to wrestling podcast. Here's to 3 years and many more.
Turn up. I thought we should do a shot of Hennessy.
She crazy. She talking crazy, Phil.
It's a little early for that, man.
It's hella early here for that.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
9:38 M's.
You said you're trying to go to sleep afterwards. I'm trying to help you the express bus.
That's a fact. Maybe I could do like Henny and espresso. Is that a thing? Would you die if you do that?
I don't even like Hennessy
know.
like that. I don't even know why I suggested that.
Stereotyping.
I mean,
Yeah. yeah.
listen,
Stereotype.
sometimes you just fall into it. Like I had some Korean fried chicken for the first time, and I was like, "Y'all gonna watch me eat this? This shit is bomb. I don't care. I ain't even hiding it. This is just some
Whatever
good ass
about
chicken."
Hennessy White. I don't like Hennessy, but Hennessy White, I'm like, oh yeah.
Nah,
I feel it.
Hennessy White be having people going crazy, Cresta. Something's in that.
The Chris Evans.
Sir,
That's insane. The Chris.
have to hit you with the
No, it's an Atlanta reference.
anyway.
It is. It's an Atlanta reference.
What if I told you I've never seen Atlanta?
Shame on you, and a pox on everybody that loves you.
That's
Damn.
crazy, man. Shame to everybody, the whole fam. Appreciate you, Shanika. Yeah, I think we talk about it so stupid often, but we're gonna get into some more content moving forward. I'm trying to stream, honestly. I just keep slowly walking the dog, but like that's my next step is getting on some streaming and talking shit with y'all. Tenruza says down since day one ish with you at Crazy Hours here in Melbourne. I also miss Will representing R&B and the Mariah universe. You introed me to the culture. Yeah, we don't have a lot of R&B talk anymore. That is the thing that Will covered pretty much because like I don't listen to R&B at all, honestly.
Yeah, that was really his lane. Yeah. I did laugh also when I watched that first episode, and he clearly says on there that his second love is wrestling and his first love is basketball and the Denver Nuggets. And it's very funny because I think like it almost feels like we stumbled onto a basketball podcast that we want to make and then decided to make a wrestling podcast instead.
Totally. Yeah. No, everybody knew they couldn't do the podcast as a basketball because people wouldn't totally accept it. So they're like, if we say it's wrestling, like then we can really get into basketball. And I was like, damn, I could get into my hip hop shit too. That's what I was also thinking. I'm like, I'm gonna be able to talk about hip hop there too. So like, we all had a little something extra in it. And like, that's true about Will though, because he like beyond it, he don't stop talking about wrestling very often. But when Denver Nuggets come on, then he'll stop talking about wrestling.
Yeah. I didn't see any of these pre-games. I mean, any of these preseason games.
Dog, I didn't even know they were happening. I was like looking on my phone last night and I was seeing all these results and I was like, yo, I'm missing some basketball.
Yeah. I saw the Bronny highlights that they're putting up and I was just like, guys, come on.
Let my boy nepotism, man. Come on.
Let's bring it down a little bit,
too.
man.
Knock it off, Phil.
Why he can't nepotism?
Turn the volume down a little bit, man. Why else so loud?
Let him be a nepo baby. Let him be great.
They're about to be running his highlights like he's his daddy. You know it.
Yeah.
Is he good? I don't watch basketball. That's a lie. I haven't watched basketball since Jeff Van Gundy was the coach of the Knicks.
It's been a minute.
That's a long time.
And
but
you
is
should
Bronny
probably
good?
get back into it though, Cresta, because the Knicks are gonna
be all right.
Yeah, Knicks are gonna be kind of all right this year.
Listen, every time I hear that, I don't want to start watching basketball and get my hopes up. As a former Knicks fan, I know how we give it up. Play good all season. Last couple of games in the finals, we act like we don't know how to play. We close our eyes and shoot the ball.
What kind of New Yorker are you? You don't drink Hennessy. You're not a miserable Knicks fan. What?
I don't see
What
no
are you talking
Timbs or a Mets hat back there. Like, what's going on here?
Yo, I'll smack the shit out of you, dogs. Don't talk to me like that. Is that more New York for you?
Yeah, that's pretty good. The Mets are killing it right now, though, aren't
The
they?
Mets, come on.
I keep seeing
now.
people being like, "What's up with the Mets?" I'm like, "Yeah, what's up with the Mets?"
Mets? As a New York, I'm legally obligated to say my entire team sucks. Skip the Yankees. Knock it off.
Yeah, I get it. There's that war. What is it? The Subway
Subway
Eat Fresh series.
The Yankees always spank the Mets, and everyone gets mad and has to take the train back to Queens.
Yeah, I bet you them train rides are crazy.
How
many people have died?
Bro, when you live up in like by Yankee Stadium or Met Stadium, the drunk people mad, or if Boston comes to play, Disgusting.
Listen, I exist in the Bay Area where it doesn't happen anymore. Now, that's one benefit to the Raiders going to Vegas. Anytime they would play the 49ers, it would be actually dangerous. Like,
Yeah.
you probably shouldn't go that day. Like, people have actually, like, one time they was like, oh, they found a dead body on a Monday. He somehow died at the game or was murdered at the. I'm like, yo, it's just football, you guys. But those guys don't think it's just football.
Yeah, Yankees fans are like that too. When the Red Sox come and there's a Yankees game, and if the Yankees lose, Yankee Stadium is right by the courthouse. That does not matter. They trash that whole area. And don't let it be the finals and Boston has gone up on the Yankees. Oh, the whole New York is upset and the whole Bronx is trashed.
That's crazy.
And you can tell everybody. And you can go and tell everybody.
Just hitting a couple dingers.
Bro, the police station over there, they don't even try. Those Yankee fans are rabid.
What you gonna do?
Nah, man.
You gonna find a bunch of guys named Paul, Kyle, and Eric who are upset?
Mm-hmm.
Not I.
Paul, and you know how they get down.
They are a couple of cold brews in, pal.
That's so funny. Tina Keys says, sending hugs from the West Coast. Shout out to Tina Keys. Congratulations on 3 years. Much love. West
Appreciate
Coast. We're still up since Kendrick. You guys like got a key. I don't know what. You're not even in the conversation of New York hip hop. Cresta, leave out of here. But Phil, y'all still have a chance to maybe get back up. But we are very up right now.
I just know that 2 of the best hip hop albums of this year came from the Midwest.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
Okay. Lupe, yeah, okay, you got it. I mean, that album is like I played it last night. Like that's how good that album is. So you back up, you win. All right, I got you.
Listen, man, people tried to throw some allegations on the Midwest because Nelly ain't trying to give it up to his guys, but we still up over here.
Why Nelly doing that, man? Those are your friends. I hate when business does it. It's like too many hip hop stories at this point of that, and I'm like, you guys got to get it together.
My headcanon is that everything is going too well for him right now. He's happy. He's got a kid now with Shanti. They seem like they're very happy. And man, Irv was sitting somewhere like, I don't like this. Next thing you know, he was sitting in a bar next to Murphy Lee. He was like, hey man, when's the last time you got a residual from Country Grammar? Man, he ain't giving you nothing. I don't like that.
He ain't giving you no residuals from Country Grammar. I could just hear Irv screaming about it in like some random bar somewhere.
Isn't that the same Irv Gotti who like 20, 30 years later still married to another woman talking about Ashanti Irv Gotti?
Yeah, that same guy.
Bro, every time he talk about Ashanti in the interview, he is like genuinely hurt. Like it's not like he forgets about everything. Yeah, exactly. Like, you got a wife and he's still like,
aren't they divorced?
Are they?
I think they're divorced, or they're probably getting divorced.
I don't be up in that man's business like that, but every time he's on an interview, he's talking about Ashanti. If I'm his wife, when he comes home, every time. Like Benzino crying in the interviews because they ask about Eminem every time.
Hey man, shout out to Eminem. He just announced he's going to be a grandfather, which makes me feel very old, but
I'm 100 years old at this point. I
remember
him holding his daughter and rapping and me being of age, and now that same daughter is going to be holding a kid. So yeah, we're 1,000. It's great. We're 1,000 years old. Benoit Richer says, at work, getting paid to listen to you guys. That's dope. Member for 7 months. Leonard Aarons III said, been listening to y'all for a while now. Thanks for being an inspiration as I try to break into this. Also, props to the Motorhead Merchant for having 3 blacks hosting today's PLE in Atlanta.
3 blacks is crazy.
Madness.
There was a lot of wild stuff in there.
That's crazy. Yeah, they were like, nah. I seen some of those tweets about us in our PLEs. We going to Atlanta, right? Well, we got Bianca and Jay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, let's throw Naomi in too.
Like, let's throw. They think we down. No, we're showing Naomi. Get out there too.
You know who they have in the main event? Cody Vontavious Rhodes, the blackest of them all.
Listen, man. Sometimes you got to go through that poison to learn how to poison.
Poison.
Listen, man, you know you was your mother's son, so you's a poison.
I don't get the reference, but it sounds like you're just saying anything.
Every time I see that clip, man, it's Swiss Beats on Drink Champs, and I don't know what he's getting at, but like it works for me. But because you know your mother's son, because you poison. And he just looks at Nori's like, that was hard. That was not hard, Nori.
That was hard.
He's just saying, why are you gassing him? He's just saying things.
Nori be like, ooh, that was hard. Like, no, ooh, that was not hard though, bro.
Yo.
Y'all watching WWE's Bad Blood?
Yeah, it's coming on tonight. Probably we'll be previewing it in a few.
I'm like, I feel like it's coming on right after our show, but it comes on a few hours after our show. Hey, what's over there said they really be dancing all up in the videos.
Is he out of jail yet?
Sometimes no, he's never getting out of jail. Sometimes I think when a wrestler wins a championship and he goes backstage and he's like, damn, I do not want to take a picture with this guy. How do I get what if I could run and he's like right there with the camera, standing right in front of the curtain, like, you ready for this?
Yeah, right over here. Look right. He's got the camera right there. Right here. See?
Why has that become a bit though? I don't really understand. He's like, oh, you want a championship? Oh, I know why it's become a bit. Credit, boys. I did this.
Listen, right here. NXT days, day one.
Sick individual.
This is priceless, and I need you to know after this, I'm just gonna be like, credit, boys.
Credit, boys in the building. We talking CDs, not Christopher Daniels. Oh, CBs. I know. I'm sleepy and high. I don't know. What do you guys want from me?
CBs.
Congratulations on 3 years. I love hearing you guys talk hip hop, pop culture, and wrestling. I've had great conversations with you both. Cresta has been an awesome addition.
Thank you.
It's the mental illness. Thank you.
That's crazy. Sam Muscle says, love this community. Happy anniversary, y'all. Appreciate everything you guys bring to the space. Always got me laughing when I'm working my side hustle. Fightful over everybody. #gang.
Gang. Well, be careful with that, but gang.
Hey, take it easy. Maybe I don't even know if I can say that out loud over here. Somebody might hear me. It's crazy outside, you guys. It's 94 degrees in Oakland today. Queen of the Ring, our friend, hello Alex, says happy Grapsody Day. So proud to see the show's growth and how far you guys have come. Congratulations on 3 years. Love and miss you all. Thank you, Alex. You're a great friend. Appreciate when you came on the show. You should come on again.
Love Queen of the Ring.
You guys saw each other at WrestleMania, didn't you? Or Wrestle
the last AEW show, Grand Slam. That's what
Grand
it was.
Slam. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see her also a lot when I go to indie shows. She's so much fun to sit next to. If you see Queen of the Ring and you're cool, don't be weird, and Lyric, they are the best people to sit next to because your sides are in orbit.
Yeah. But you have to don't just go sitting next to
Yeah. Don't be weird. Don't be weird because I'll beat you up because I'm probably sitting next to her. Don't be weird. Don't be weird.
Definitely fight you. So.
Yeah, definitely don't be weird.
It's hard. It's hard out here for a pimp for some of these people though. Like, the funniest is when you're at WrestleCon and you're like, they're fighting the itch to not do something weird, and then like, I can't help doing something weird. It's like, dog, just chill, dog, chill. And they can't. Like, it's not in their being. They're like, I can't.
If I'm not weird, who am I?
Yeah, exactly. I can't chill. That's Dawn Marie. I'm like, dog, it's just Dawn Marie.
I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna ask a weird question. I'm gonna get on this app and I'm gonna tweet something weird and big up my own tweet.
Read it every day.
Listen, you gotta at the top of the app, you cross this next page burner count. You gotta get to the burner.
Listen, man. Sometimes those next steps you miss them, man.
Like, sometimes I'll be moving too fast, Phil. I get it. You like, oh shit, that was.
I did on my main account. Darn.
Sometimes you're getting them shots off. You can't. Sometimes you gotta put them back in the holster just for a second, dog.
Listen, if you in your bag as you think you are, that's what's gonna happen.
Hey, man.
You in your bag, but it's empty. What are you doing in there? There's nothing in there. Get out.
Bro, How you gonna pat yourself on the back? That's crazy.
It'd be a lot of that, dog.
Reg, you said it. Phil, you guys said it. You know why you pat yourself on the back? Credit boy.
Credit boys.
Oh, man. Sometimes you gotta get those pats in because you're not getting
it from anywhere else. Yeah.
That's fast.
Listen, man. Again, man. Listen, man. Sometimes you gotta go through that poison, man. Poison,
man. Poison, dog. Why you ain't poison on? Sparrow says, "Happy 3-year Grapsiversary. 100 more episodes, 100 more seasons. New Grapsody merch is hard. Get you some." Yeah, right there.
Yeah, get you some. Hats are available. Matching hoodies are also available. Yeah, we are effectively at episode 156, I believe. Yeah, 156.
Nice. That's crazy, man. That's a lot of this show. And like hella of these episodes are like close to 4 hours. Like that's a lot of content. Shout out to being able to come and talk to my friend and have a good time. Like sometimes like when you're in the grind, you just kind of forget like get to come and talk about wrestling. I fucking love wrestling. Still after all this, you know?
Yeah. Always the best thing about this podcast is it doesn't feel like we're just going on here and going through the motions.
No, it's never like, damn, I got to do this pod today. It's like, I'm going to do the pod and then I'll have to do something hard, you know?
Yeah.
Then I'll have to do a real job on Saturday.
No, really, honestly, truly. I just get to hang out and talk with you guys and be like, I sports entertain myself with two people who I enjoy being sports entertained with.
Sometimes it gets stressful, Cresta, and I'm like, again, fuck all this. But then I think about it, I'm like, I'm just sitting over there talking. It's pretty chill.
Why be mad? It's only game.
I used to pray for times like this to rhyme like this. What? Coy Stalin says, "I'm on here. She's good. I may be in the minority, but she's getting better every time she's on stage, and the music sounds like Linkin Park."
Oh, they're talking about old girl.
Yeah.
Like she's good. It's just that it's the whole Danny Maston thing. If she didn't lie about it, I don't think this would really be a conversation. There are people who are obviously going to be hurt, but unfortunately, the news cycle she'll be all right.
Listen, man, rock music is back, man. We back to lying. We back to having kids out of wedlock, man. We're back.
Kids out of wedlock.
My homie Dave Grohl, when I saw Foo Fighters, you guys, if you know the history of Foo Fighters, they are on tour. They're just on tour. They put out an album and go on tour. They're just on tour. They're a touring type band. And so like when they do a festival, they're going to do a festival. They were like, oh, Foo Fighters pulls out a festival. I'm like, that's so rare. Like this thing has to be so big because like that's their bread and butter is going to fucking rock a show. And for them to be like, we're not doing it because Dave has to think about it. Like that's always the funniest thing when you get caught like I gotta be with my family. Like now you want to be with your family, nigga. You should have. I think the problem was
Dave Grohl got caught with his.
You haven't heard about this?
I've been
sad.
He put out a statement that said that he has a kid on the way.
Cresta, he put out a statement on like IG and he was like, you guys, I'm sorry, I'm fucking my family up. I had a baby out of wedlock and I'm gonna be that kid's father. And ever since then, shit's been fucked. Like they've been canceling Foo Fighter shows. Like it's bad.
Not
rock music is back, man.
Hey,
somebody get in the best of you.
That's cold-blooded.
The Jane's Addiction thing, they was fighting on stage. Like we are
Jane's Addiction still around. They fighting people.
They got back together, Cresta. We're doing a reunion tour. Perry Farrell and Dave Navarro start fighting on stage. Well, Perry's more than Dave fighting on stage. I'm like, rock music is really back. It's like the 90s again.
So I was sad for 2 weeks and all hell broke loose.
Come on, man. That Dave Grohl news is like it's gotta be over a month old.
I'm so late. I be minding my business too hard. That's also it too.
No, it's a good thing.
Yeah, but speaking of which, I saw the news earlier that Donald Glover canceled his tour because he had like some health issues. So well wishes to him. Get well soon.
It seemed pretty serious from his
Yeah.
post, the way he was talking about it. Like, I'm glad I caught it in time, or glad. I'm like, yo, I hope everything.
Yeah,
is
he said
okay.
something about he might need surgery as well, which
Mm.
again, hope all is well. I know at some point people were speculating that he just had COVID, and so I don't know. Hopefully, whatever this is, he gets well soon.
Damn.
Yeah, speedy recovery, Donald Glover.
Tenruz also said, we're being a Foo Fighter fan at the moment, where we're just talking about its own little controversy. Have loved our coverage of this crazy year in hip hop. Need a Grapsody pop out.
Yeah.
I think that's a thing. Warriors Nation said, I hope it's Warriors Nation, not Warrior, the Ultimate Warrior. Happy anniversary, day one listener. Favorite pod and helps my Saturday work days go by faster. Favorite Grapsody moment will always be Will's story about how he got jumped because of Bone Thugs poster. Yo, when I randomly think about that, I die, dude. Now that is legit one of the best Grapsody stories of Will having Bone Thugs in his binder and getting jumped for it. And I'm gonna miss everybody.
Story, that sounds very light skinned. I don't know how to describe it. But that sounds very light skinned. I don't know how. I don't know how to tell you guys besides that.
Mm-hmm. Our homie Ayo, great guest last week, just sent some bottles celebrating a celebration. Appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate you, AO, for coming through. Great guest. Also appreciate the merch. Pardonmyfresh.com.
Yes. Ayo, you're gonna be definitely. I'll have that hat on Grapsody next week. Those hats showed up at the same exact time. This hat and that hat. I was like,
hey, listen, man.
My lucky day today.
Hey, listen. No shade to AO, man. That's a great product, but if both those hats showed up the same day, like, I know what happened.
Grapsody. But yeah, next week, got you, big dog. Really appreciate that. But yeah, that guy almost set my two hats outside. I would have been so sad.
Hey, yo, if you would have came outside and that box was gone, and you're like walking somewhere, getting ready to get in your car, and somebody's like crossing the street in the Grapsody hat, like, hey, where you get that hat from? Like, nowhere. I bought it.
That would have happened too. Man, that would have been fucked up. Hey, where you get that fresh ass hat at, dog?
I mean, if they got the hat, they gonna know it's from you. I mean, I don't know. People are weird.
I could also be like, hey, yo, rock that. Because if you got it, I don't
nice hat.
At this point.
Head lice.
I'm not about to get lice. I can't.
That's right.
Did you guys I always think about this and like they did like a lice test in like 2nd or 3rd grade. I don't know why, dirty kids. And so I had the box flat top. And so they're going through all the kids, and then I sit down for 1 second, and they're like, "Nah, you don't. Ain't no lice getting up in this thing." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not one of those. Like, I don't even know why I'm over here. I don't even know why I'm over here with these kids, man. Ain't no lice getting past this sheen. What you mean?"
Wait, were your teachers were white, I take it?
I mean, of course.
Okay, you sure? Okay.
I think you should.
They were like, nah, I don't want to put my hands in there.
No, I'm not touching that. They're racist.
Yeah.
It also gives, I don't want the kids to feel like, well, why doesn't he have to do it? Girl, you know why.
But also, like, ain't no lice up in here though. Like, I get it.
I mean, come on now. Yeah.
I ain't like what I didn't even know what lice was. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, no, it do be hella stuff like that I see. Like, I remember when I watched that season of Real World, and they were like, "Man, she's got scabies." I'm like, "The fuck is scabies? Like, where do you even get that?"
I heard about scabies from the TV. Like, what the fuck is scabies?
Like, I had to look it up after I saw that episode because I was like, "What is this? What do you mean?"
That sounds wild. Oh, excuse me, you got scabies. You got scabies. That shit.
What the fuck is a scabies?
Scabies. That's like a hardcore rabies, huh? Nah, he don't got rabies. He got scabies.
Yeah, it's disgusting. If you guys don't know what it is, look it up. It's disgusting.
I probably don't look it up. Phil, what are you? Where
look
you
it up on incognito.
People?
You don't want that in your search history.
Yeah, exactly. Or on your Twitter.
It's not like a sexually transmitted thing. It's
nasty. It's nasty.
It's nasty. It's like small bugs. It's disgusting.
How do you get scabies? Now
Same way you get ringworms. I don't know.
Yeah.
No shoes outside of the street. I don't know.
That's true, man. Some people be out here. Hey, what's over there says Phil could explain what X over and what the connections with the War Dogs and hate and can't wait for the 5-year anniversary. Can you explain?
Yeah, they are doing the crossover that they did in 2022. New Japan and Stardom. They did this crossover. Only made sense because they have the same parent company in Bushiroad. This is just the second annual time they're doing it. As far as I know, there is no real connection between Hate, which used to be Oedo Tai, and the War Dogs. I think it's just like, hey, these are two heels. Let's put them together. I think that Thekla and Clark Connors are probably like friends in real life, and that's probably why they were like, hey, let's team up and like have shenanigans and beat people up.
Right. Yeah, it was some the video was good. It got some good buzz around it. I think it was a good move,
Yeah, no, I'm excited for the next crossover show. When we had Mina on, she was excited about it. So yeah, poor Knots Boy got beat up on. I did see the heel turn of the night, which I'm kind of a little sad for, but if it means she's going to get pushed, I am excited for it. I don't know if I want to spoil it if people did not watch.
Yeah, maybe give them a little bit of time with that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Hey, what's over there? Van Twinblade said, here since day one with Glory Pro and dumbass questions, cheer voice. Also, it's apple pie season. Get equal parts apple cider and juice, boil with cinnamon sticks, and add a bit of Everclear. Cool and sip. What? Everclear? That's crazy.
I'm not messing with that.
I'm an old lady. We're 1,000 years old. We
old.
already
We're
said that.
like,
Everclear will fuck us up for the next 7 business days. Thank you, but no, thank you.
Yeah. Good.
Nah, anytime the white homies are like, be careful with this. Nah, I'm good. You can keep it.
This season of apple pie and pumpkins and all the rest of that stuff.
I'm not a fan of that stuff. I mean, I like to eat it sometimes, but cinnamon is very overwhelming, especially around this time of year.
Yeah, I'm not
the
a big
pumpkin spice thing. I don't really.
Ugh.
Like, what is this? What are you doing?
Crack.
Why are you pumpkin spice in my Twinkies? Like that doesn't even like.
It don't need to go on everything. I feel like, yeah.
Like let's sprinkle some over here. Let's sprinkle some. Like, nah, just keep it, dog. Like,
I don't need a pumpkin spice burger. I assure you.
Like, why are you pumpkin spice in my burger or my grilled chicken? Like,
or my oxtails. What mannery of fuckery is this?
Jamaicans ain't playing that. They not. Where you went and got an oxtail and they put some spice.
Bro, I see it all over my Instagram. People doing unnecessary things. Oxtail quesadillas, nobody asked for that. Oxtail tacos, nobody asked for that. Oxtail fish fry patty. No, wait, what? You just making stuff up now. It's why oxtails are $20 a pound. Stop.
Oxtail's a crazy game out here, man. People be ready to kill. They're expensive. CBD's Nuts says, hey Cresta, you got the highlight reel of your favorite Grapsody moment ready. Just clips of Cresta getting her shit off. Real talk though, congrats on the anniversary. Best podcast in the business.
My favorite Grapsody moment is when I showed up here on a bonnet and Reg is like, this is the first time we've had someone just show up in a bonnet.
Yeah, honestly. That was a milestone.
I just did things. I just do things. They let me come here and do things.
Who knows if it'll ever happen again?
Shit, it can happen right now.
How black our show is, right there. It's accessible.
Careful now. I don't know if we can make black jokes because.
Oh, that's right. There's a line.
There's always a line.
We're not those guys, they say.
Let me get my.
Not that guy.
Ready.
You're just not that guy. Not those guys. Not like us. Oh, hey, so Steph the Writer says, happy anniversary. Thanks for always keeping wrestling fun and thoughtful. Cresta is amazing. Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah.
The homie Reggie Simmons says, happy anniversary, Grapsody. Y'all like the native tongues of the wrestling space and the barbershop all rolled into one.
That's appreciate you. Shout out to the homie Nash who coined the term umbrella for a lot of black content creators, and thought that was dope.
That's when people say that, I'm like, what? 2 dreadheads? We did that? It's crazy. We did that. Van Twinblade also says, thank God Dave's a hoe and not a Diddy.
That shit is fucking crazy to me.
That's
and
insane.
under the jail, to hell with Diddy. To hell with Diddy. Now I believe you really. I believe you killed Biggie. Now I believe that. Now I believe that. Now I believe. I believe it. I believe.
It's crazy because like Tupac and Biggie murders fall like way down on the horrible shit he did.
Yeah,
Those are the worst things in hip hop history, and they're like, no, these are the worst things in hip hop history. It's crazy,
bro. Like maybe Suge was cooking when he said, "If you don't want someone dancing up."
How do they? Why does he have podcast equipment in jail?
I don't know how Suge is doing all of this stuff, but every time I think about it, I'm like, this is like Empire. Like, how is he doing?
Oh, Suge, I just saw a documentary about this. He does a collect call and just talks, and they pay for it.
So just record the phone call.
Yep. He just be talking. He's still making these money. He's making this money.
Hey, I'm not mad at it. That's silly as hell, but I am not mad at it. All right, call me
Paying
up.
the collect calls. The jails are a business.
Soon as I say hello, I'm gonna just start spitting, and then fuck this nigga Puffy and Biggie, and I'm like, yo, what's going on? What's good with you out there, Suge? You all right? Having a podcast in prison, like, hey, no, I'm gonna see you later. I gotta go record my pod.
Ryan never stops.
I mean, yeah. And who's gonna tell him he's standing on the phone too long? That's a big guy.
Ain't
Ain't nobody gonna tell him to get out the phone.
Nobody's gonna tell him at all.
If anything, it's the safest 2 hours in that jail.
For real, yeah. Now go ahead. You go have fun in there, Suge.
You want my hour? You want my hour? You can take my hour. Go ahead, take my hour.
Yeah, ain't nobody telling him to get out the phone.
Suge on his pod on the phone is so funny. Tenruz also said, Cobain, hot grandson, 90s Jesus, sip a Henny for the Grapsody crew, needs spot food merch, working on it. Go listen to Righteous Red Rap. Hope Rick Ross of West Side Gun, our guest. Me too, that'd be sick.
Sorry.
Rafael Garcia says, happy 3-year anniversary to me. I love you. Can't wait for three more years with you. Sincerely, I, Reginald and Philip, here's to stacking more paper. Yeah, we need money too.
Thank you.
I'm very poor. Hey, what's over there says, how do we get you guys on O'Shea Jr.'s podcast? Phil?
That's up to O'Shea. That ain't up to us.
I'm not cool enough. I just kind of.
Hey man, why? No. I'm gonna get into my 5 heartbeats bag. Why we always got to cross over to them? Why he can't come over here?
Talk your shit, Phil. Talk your shit. I'm gonna hype you up.
Said, Phil, have at it. Go ahead.
No, I'm just playing, man. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know how he has guests. That's on him. If he wants us on his podcast, sure.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, he could come on Grapsody too.
Yeah, shout out to him. His podcast started the same day as the anniversary of our podcast. Got CM Punk on there. Yeah, it's cool.
Big launch.
He was on the Homies podcast as well. He's on with Ilfam and Lovely. Shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to getting to have a big platform, especially that's a good week for them to drop with them dropping, and they'll get that connection. So yeah, good connections. Then our last super chat for now is Tenruza, who says, shout out to SP3 and Sat E, and 50 Cent is the man. SP3, also great guy.
Yeah, first person to ever fill in for somebody on this show. When Will was not available, he filled in for him.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to him. Which is crazy to think about that I have not missed a single episode.
I've missed one?
No, I don't think either of us have.
No. Yeah, we have. No, didn't we take one off?
No, but I mean, if there was an episode, there's never there's no episode with neither of us on it.
Right. Of all the 156.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Your boys will show up. Oh, we got a pod. All right, I'll be there. But yeah, that's all of our super chats. Appreciate y'all. A nice number.
Get into some of these humper chats. There are quite a few of them. Hold on.
Yes.
From Ryan Ben, he says, happy 3rd anniversary to Grapsody. Been here listening since day one. All the love is deserved. A landscape filled with podcasts. Reg, Phil, and California carved a unique niche that felt like a barbershop. Long live Grapsody. With love, Daryl. Yeah, appreciate you, bro. From Wonga, he says, congrats on 3 years. Always a fun watch and listen. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate you, Wonga. Amazing.
See from D'Lo Diggs, he says, "Hit that Tony, because it's our anniversary." But no, I love y'all. Hope things have been well. Was anybody else mad that Jimmy Butler didn't do the wild hairstyle? LOL. Random, but less than 6 days till the new Dragon Ball Z game comes out. Giving out them hands. Yeah, I told y'all, man. Jimmy been moving different since Pat told him to shut his mouth.
Yeah, no. Pat Riley started talking crazy, and Jimmy's like, "All right, I'm gonna show you. I got you."
And he started doing that nod and silence, like,
Yeah, that one you don't want to see your girl do when she mad, and she like,
Yeah.
"Why you say something to me, girl?" She just like, "Girl, come on," and she just like,
And when she do say something, she's like, "You got it."
and
You
you're
in
like,
fact
"Nah,
do
that
not
is,
have it.
that is not what I wanted to hear. I don't got it."
yeah.
And shout out to the homie D'Lo Diggs. Check for the BW 500 later, homie.
Yeah.
I know I'm not at the top of it, so I don't care about your. No, I'm kidding.
You're right in the middle, Cresta.
That's fair. I'm the middle child. It's tracks.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you want to get into the BW 500 before we get into any wrestling news? Do you have any wrestlers
Oh yeah,
that you think people should keep an eye on?
yeah. Let's get into a little bit of it. I already announced who was number one on Busted Open, so I don't know. Did anybody hear it? Did anybody have any guesses?
I have a
Nah,
guess.
shit.
Who do you think is number one?
Dylan.
That's exactly who it was. Yeah, but no, I mean the worst kept secret in BW 500 history. No surprise at all to anyone. Number one of the 2024 BW 500, former All Elite World Heavyweight Champion Swerve Strickland, and a easy victory this year. Like the things that he did that we talked about consistently on this podcast, but most importantly, as Phil and I stressed very often, becoming a top guy off of that the first reign and establishing himself as one of those dudes in a land of milk and honey, as they would say, is as a feat. And so I knew it. And it's funny because a year ago when I dropped the 2023 list, that day I DM'd Swerve Strickland. I said, "Get ready to learn number one next year, buddy."
Get ready to learn BW 500. It's hilarious.
I knew, I was like, I know next year this guy's going to be number one. And so every month I was like, easier. And it just became easier. And then after the Hangman shit, I was like, who else could? I'd be mad at myself for making anybody else this. So yeah, number one on the BW 500 for 2024, Swerve Strickland.
Yeah.
I agree with that 4,000%. His run in AEW as champion was so nuanced despite all the stops, starts, and everything. I still think his character is amazing. I still think there's more story to tell. And I'm only complaint is now that there's going to be a custody battle of Swerve versus Donna and MVP. We could all get along. We don't gotta beef. But no, his whole run was phenomenal. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of it. Is there's so much more story to tell.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine anybody else being number one.
Yeah, it's like
this year. I mean, I still think that, in my opinion, he's been the best Black World Champion we've seen in over a decade.
And he's allowed to run with the ball, and I think that's what's important.
If I say ever, people are going to be mad, huh?
I think he's definitely the best Black World Champion since probably The Rock.
I'm not mad at that. I see. I want to.
No, because I'm thinking about The Rock, and I'm like, it's The Rock. You know,
it's The Rock in here.
The only person I could think of is Big E. But I'm like, Big E, in my opinion, there's more potential there. And with Swerve, we saw a complete story from beginning to end, to cutting a promo on a man's baby to getting your house burnt down.
I just don't feel like they ever gave E a fair chance with that belt.
I agree with that as well.
I feel like what E represented with the championship was monumental. But
I loved him as champion. Him doing all of the press, and he went to Breakfast Club with the belt. He did a lot of the pop culture stuff that a lot of champions don't get a chance to do, especially a lot of Black champions. I thought that was dope, but I wish they would have done more with him on TV.
And it's funny because I kind of feel like the reason he's like in this ambassador role right now is because they saw what he was doing then. They were like, oh, we could send this guy anywhere and he's gonna kill it. And like, you know, whatever he has now, they're like, again, send this guy anywhere. And we've been seeing him in all these different places, and he destroys it in every opportunity that he's given.
Agreed.
Should I get into any more? No, let's the list will come out later.
He said, watch my tweets.
This is your chance to give any of your commentary. Like if it's somebody on there that you think people should keep an eye out for going into 2024, well, going into 2025 at this point, because there are 3 months left in this year.
Yeah, totally. Of course. Number 5 on the list. We talked about this guy many times, but if you don't know about Michael Oku and the amazing contributions he's made recently to professional wrestling, if you hadn't seen the match that he did with Will Ospreay earlier this year, like one of the best matches of the year, the way that he emotes emotions from the fans and uses that to power back from pretty much any match that he's in to win it's not a lot of wrestlers can do what he does. And I think it's only a matter of time before he's that guy. And right after him, number 6, the best independent wrestler in the world. I think there's only one person I would put all my money on, and his name's Myron Reed. The fact that Myron Reed he said it again today. He was like, or no, I was reading an old tweet about PWI. He's like, I've been on PWI for the last 2 years without a contract. It's like just grinding and being
Come on,
like,
bro.
just like being amazing in all the different promotions that he's in. So I was like he's one of undeniable. He is duplicated and imitated, and they can't give it up like Reed. So just get Reed. It doesn't make sense yet. If you don't know who Myron Reed is, some people have seen him in Impact. Some people have seen him in Wrestling Revolver and these different places. This guy is dynamic, you guys. I'm telling you.
I seen Myron Reed on TNA in the past year.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. He's somebody who I'd want to see versus oh my God, what's his name? He's with Kushida, and they're a tag team, and they're not Gresham. They're in Japan.
Oh,
and not
Kevin Knight.
Kevin Knight. Thank
Kevin
you.
Knight. Yeah,
he is somebody who can mix it up with Kevin Knight. Like, so good. Even what the guy you just said, Michael Oku, those three in a match together. I don't care if there's no fucking story. I'm sat like Biggie with the popcorn. Like, I want to watch that. That's so good.
No story. When is there ever a story?
I mean, sometimes.
But yeah, definitely check for those guys. I think rounding out, I had this so a week or two ago when this WWE main roster single star talk started happening, I was already deep into thinking about that myself because I was working on this list, and I was like, dog, like trying to find a single star that like actually had a really good year over there is it's hard. And so like I had this top 10 for a while. I was like, oh, they about to maybe be mad at me, I think, because I don't know if I could justify legit anybody's run on putting them on there. So
from the Fed?
Yeah, from the Fed.
No,
like as a single star. But I didn't do that because I'm not that guy. So at number 9, I think the most dynamic guy up there, the one that people are talking about the most in WWE, either brand, it has to be Obafemi. I think like the things that he done this year, anytime that he has a match, like the clips that come off of it, the way that people talk about him, the way that they were just talking about his entrance on the NXT show, I was like, this guy's different. Like when I think of the BW 500, like that's what I think of. Like there's a lot of people that know him already because he's in NXT, but like he's like what this list is about. Like when I used to think of having a wrestling landscape with wrestlers of different sizes and different backgrounds and that they do different things, he's one of the wrestlers that I would think of. And so I had to include him just because I love the energy that he brings. I love that he gets people excited about his stuff, and he does some different innovative shit. He's strong and throw Wesley and flip him and spin him. It's like, yeah, I wasn't mad about including him on this. I think he deserves to be up there.
Yeah, I think Trick Williams had a good year too. Getting the main event WrestleMania weekend at Stand and Deliver with Melo, and just how big of a deal that is at the time. First Black 2-time NXT champion. So yeah, he's up there as well.
Mello and Trick round out the top 20, but I don't like the top 10. I didn't.
I will say my only complaint with Trick was I felt like he didn't need to lose the title. I think he would have been fine if y'all just would have kept it going. I understand why you put it on Ethan Page, but I feel like just to give it back to him when you had a whole joke, there was a lot going on. So I felt like his plot got lost in whatever they had going on. So I could understand that. Because I was gonna say, what about Trick in the top 10? What you mean? Whoop that Trick, but I could understand.
My list is also about wrestling.
Ooh.
More than anything. I mean, no shade, but like wrestling comes first for me. And like I'd like the homie a lot, but like there's guys like Myron Reed is eating this guy's lunch. Darius Carter's eating like everybody in the top 10. Like you can't
Darius
work harder
Carter's
than
so
any.
good. He's
like
really
my thing is first and foremost. I like fucking wrestling. I don't care about stories. I don't care about nothing. I don't care about who can go when the fucking bell rings. So
speaking of which, NXT premiered on CW.
sure did.
They were Chicagoland area, emphasis on Chicagoland in Rosemont, Allstate Arena. I was curious to see what the presentation was going to look like, how different it was going to be from coming from USA and going to CW. I thought it was a good show for the most part. There are still things about it that I'm like, this is just not for me. But I thought it started really well. I started hot with the Julia and Roxanne match. It still feels like they got a gear that they can go to after this match. This was kind of just like a way to whet your appetite for the pay-per-view match. But I thought that this was a good match.
Yeah, it was. Coming into Julia's run here, I was like interested to see like how her style kind of changed and like what was her role gonna be in these matches. And I think pairing her with Roxanne was a great idea because like Roxanne was leading the match because she already knows the system and stuff. But like Roxanne is super over and like I don't know how she's not main roster bound. After seeing that performance, I'm like, damn, Roxanne could fucking do anything at this point. Like, if they're like, Roxanne, we need you to blah, blah, blah. Like, she could do it. Like, that's how great of a wrestler she was. Like, that's what shined the most to me in this match is that, like, she has veteran presence. She knows every position to be in. Her moves look awesome. She knows when to look at the crowd. Like, Roxanne just fucking gets it. And I think that having this match to start off NXT on CW was really important because NXT, like it or not, has always put an emphasis on their women's roster. And I think if you got two incredible women like that, this is how you probably should start it.
Yeah.
I'll also give NXT the rub for, to me, that was a very TNA playbook thing. TNA has led for a long time, especially when they have a big show, either an X Division match or a knockouts match. And especially with Roxanne. Yeah, like, why not? Roxanne Perez, like you said, is super over. She was good, in my opinion, from the moment she got in NXT.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. And Julia is beyond good. Cora Jade coming back. Because I was wondering, like, how y'all gonna do this? Because Julia's winning, right?
Yeah. I assumed Julia was probably gonna win, or there was gonna be some kind of screwy finish.
I was the finish the whole time. I was like, Julia's gonna win this, right? But then when they had that thing going on, I was like, I guess not because like it's Roxanne's time to give it up. I just thought she was gonna go to the main roster at this point. Like, I don't want them to do the NXT thing of like her run's been so great that we'll just have her drop it or do the forfeit thing. Like, no, have somebody beat this person for that championship.
No, I think somebody's going to beat her. I just think that it's probably not going to happen yet. But
they got the big Halloween Havoc show and things coming up. My question is, because you said you were wondering how NXT was going to look on that network. I don't really know if we had if that was answered, because this felt like a takeover, you know what I mean? And like, is this, my question is like, is this what we're going to have every week? Is every week going to be fucking action packed? We're putting on takeover-esque style shows, or people were informing us that in 2 weeks they go back to the Performance Center, but are they still going to be trying to do that when they get back there?
Yeah, this felt like an outlier. It felt like kind of the beginning of the Black and Gold on USA, where they were bringing in the main roster people to get people to watch and pop a rating. And, it worked. They did a good number. But Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a norm. It was cool to see them outside of the performance center and in front of a big crowd like the Allstate Arena. And I think it definitely worked for the show that they were trying to put on, and it made the premiere feel like a big deal. So I thought it worked, but I can't see them possibly trying to replicate this every week.
Right. It's just too hard.
But yeah, I thought Julia looked good in her debut.
Mhm.
No surprise, Julia's a good wrestler.
Yeah.
I think Roxanne is legitimately one of the best women's wrestlers of 2024.
Yeah.
And she showed it here. The Cora return was interesting. Cora is from Chicago, and I thought, like, all right, this didn't really get the reaction I think that they were hoping for. But I'm curious to see where they go with this, because they didn't go straight into Cora's coming back for Roxanne's title, but just adding her in as the frenemy, and you have Julia on the board. You have Stephanie Vaquer coming in. They teased Delta. So you got all of these people gunning for that title now. And then also you have someone that is a friend / ally. And it's definitely given the whole Paige and AJ Lee feud at one point where it's like, well, wait a minute, we're friends. Like, we're not enemies.
Yeah, that you explaining that actually makes more sense as to why Roxanne won. Like, if we're gonna like have this brand on the CW specifically, and we have all these new super talented women coming in, we need somebody for them to fight, and Roxanne's probably the one that can fight everybody immediately moving forward and have stories involved with it.
Yeah, I think Roxanne should come up to the main roster, but you've got time. You could string this on till the end of the year and have Roxanne move up by the time of Royal Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't know if NXT's if their deal with or partnership with not AEW, I'm sorry, TNA is still going on. So there's still knockouts if that's a thing. So
yeah. We got the street fight, which was absolutely nuts. Wesley took on Zachary Wentz, and they did some very, very dangerous things in this match. The clip going around of Zachary getting thrown out of the ring, and it looks like he's supposed to hit the table, and he flies right past it and just hits the ground full force. So I was like, oh my God, please be okay.
Worst case scenario is like the spot looks great. Like if he would have landed, it would have been like, they probably would have replayed it for years, but he wiped out, and it looked like it hurt very much.
It looked painful. It looked very painful.
But the whole match was them trying to out painful each other. It felt like,
Rascal style. They were RVD in it, so they felt no pain. Me no feel no pain.
That's true. Zach Wentz had all the homies on his pants. Like he had a good showing out there. But yeah, this match was insane. The craziest match of the show. Zach Wentz did a Van Terminator at one point. They both went through they did like a GCW door style thing, a couple of GCW door style things in this match. It's crazy when you see a match like this, because it's not the norm in any wrestling company, honestly. Like they did like a couple of Darby Allin style spots, but when you see it like on NXT, on CW, you're like, somebody is getting shell shocked right now. Somebody's watching this show like, what the hell is going on?
But yeah, no, I thought this was a very fun match for what it was. I was at the edge of my seat sometimes, like, you sure? You should wait, hold on.
It's gonna hurt.
But yeah, I thought this was a strong second match after their pay-per-view match, and I don't know if this feud is over, but I'd take another match if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think that they definitely upped the ante from that last match. It feels like Wesley tweeted something like, it's over for me between the Rascals, but I don't know if the Rascals are done with me or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And I was treehouse. Knock it off.
I was curious to see like how well this heel turn was going to work for Wesley. Turns out it's working pretty good for him.
Yeah, when they did the Rascals thing, I was like, but I like the Rascals, but now I'm like, I get it.
Yeah. I think it's a good way to separate him from them, because this isn't a long-term thing.
Right.
They're not going to be able to show up every week, and you're not going to do a reunion full time. So he should get something out of this that he can continue to go with after they're gone.
Yeah, use TNA like you continue to do in WWE.
I mean, I will say that the Rascals have New Day potential, so I understand why you're like, no, because that's not happening. No. So
They can do it with Byron Reed still, though.
they could, but then who you're going to get back? Wentz, or are you going to bring over Trey? You going to leave Trey again?
No, they do it without Wesley.
They could just add. They could just add Myron.
Myron was one of the original Rascals, if memory serves me correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But are you going to take all three? Like, I wouldn't mind them doing that. That'd be real cute. But like, don't leave Trey Miguel again. Like, because y'all dead left him for dead. And I gotta go.
Well, I mean, it was his choice. He wanted to stay.
Yeah.
I don't like that. That doesn't fit with my narrative.
I don't like that.
I'm going to control my narrative right now. And I hear what you're saying. It's probably the truth, but fuck that.
Yeah, we got a tag match. Because I don't watch NXT consistently, I was very confused when Fatal Influence came out, and I said, "Wait, so they're doing like another version of this kind of stable, and JC Jane is also in this one?"
What? Why?
All right.
I mean, it worked the first time. Like, let's try it again. But like, Mandy Rose was like a inaugural part of this. Like, that's part of the reason why it went off. You know?
Yeah. Speaking of which, how did you guys feel about all of the celebration they did for NXT's last era? And they put like the big video package up. They put that big graphic up of like a lot of people that were instrumental to that time period. No Mandy Rose on any of this stuff. That was very interesting.
Damn.
That's clownery.
It makes sense, but like, why are y'all doing this? Like, what is... Why y'all kind of erase this lady's past? She like did something for y'all.
She was a big part of that rebrand to 2.0. She was kind of the face of the brand for a minute.
She was.
No lies detected. I don't watch NXT like that, and I'm 4,000% not a Mandy Rhodes fan. Mandy Rose, sorry. That being said, there's no denying what that woman did down as champion. And I mean, why y'all gonna take her out because she made a little money on a little site? Come on now. There's people who did worse who are still in the front graphic on the main roster. I won't say any names. Throw a dart at it. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
You're mad at her for controlling her narrative? Like, realistically, like, you're mad at. Why are you mad at? And she put on good stuff, and she never like didn't do her obligation. So I don't understand.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gone. Y'all can put Mandy Rose up there. Come on.
Yeah, for real.
It felt a little nasty. Like I get that there's a conflict with the way she left the company, but she was very instrumental to that rebrand. And I feel like she deserved her credit for that. But the big story we got at a tag match is that this is seemingly building to the Jada Parker and Lola Vice feud, which, hey, good for them. I think Jada Parker has been great.
Good for me too.
Okay, JR. No.
What? Oh, yeah. On the pod, I was like, yeah, no, they be going at
it. We got a teaser for the Javon Evans and Randy Orton match for next week. I thought that was cool. I'm glad that Javon is getting that spot. That shows that, again, he's a guy to keep an eye on coming out of this year.
It's so funny that Randy's attached to it in the way that he's like, hey, Javon has the potential to be the next. If he beats Randy Orton, he could be that next guy. And I'm just like, this is so weird.
Dive.
I was just talking to that kid outside of like a West Coast Pro show, and he was young, and now he's gonna wrestle Randy Orton. That was like a year ago. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't been a long time. Like, his transition from DPW upstart to main roster wrestler, he's wrestling Randy Orton, is like,
yeah,
it's awesome.
Dive. I think the other thing that makes this funny is that, of course, if people don't know what I'm referencing, is the Randy Orton tweet from a while ago when he was describing indie wrestling, and he's getting ready to wrestle a very indie guy.
Very indie.
He's bouncy. That's a catchphrase. So it's very interesting just to see how much things have changed for both of these guys. But I'm looking forward to that. I think that's a good spot for Javon. Hopefully he kills it.
Like, what Randy Orton ain't. He ain't taking a. He ain't doing none of that crazy shit.
Wrestle.
And the funny thing is Javon Evans' finisher is the rope walk RKO.
Yeah. Cutter. Dive.
Cutter. Yeah, it's finished.
We got another hometown guy coming home. Tony D showed up with his whole entourage to have his in-ring segment with Obafemi. And at first, I was a little concerned because Oba had overwhelmingly favorable reaction when he came out. That crowd was very much into Oba from his entrance on. He just oozes charisma. And Tony in his hometown, he got kind of a mild entrance when he came out, but the longer the promo went on, and he did the magic words. He was like, "I'm from right up the street, Chicago, Illinois," and he started firing up, and that's when the crowd started getting into him. And I thought it was a good segment. I think the storyline they're telling was Tony being reluctant. He does the Rocky 3 line of "I'm afraid." Okay, I admit it. I'm afraid. I thought all of that, but I thought the segment was good. I think everything that they've done so far with Oba as champion, it kind of feels like Tony's going to beat him though, which I think is cool.
Bad idea.
Because if you're doing this and Oba's going to go up to the world title picture, I get it.
Yes.
But if Tony's just going to beat him and you have no plans for him, then I don't get it. I have to assume that they have plans for him though.
I would think so. And I don't want them to do the Keith Lee or that thing where they have them do the double champion thing and have to give up the belt. Like, again, have somebody beat these people. I hate that. That's grinds my gears when they do that belt forfeiting shit.
People can lose. I know it's a strange concept, but there's two
okay
outcomes. A dark third one, but there's really win or lose.
It's okay to lose.
This business was built off of losing. There's two people. One of y'all gotta lose.
Somebody gotta lose. Yes, hours right. Obafemi towards the end of the promo dropped the Thanos quote of "I'm inevitable." And it worked perfectly with his character. He's a big scary man. I thought this benefited both guys. Again, I was a little bit worried for Tony going into this because the bad guy in this was getting the big reaction, right. But it got better and better for Tony as the segment went.
Tony D'Angelo. I thought he was gonna, I thought he was the next up guy for a while, and then he wasn't. But they're like still trying to make it like that, and I'm like, you might have missed the boat a little bit. You could maybe get back though. I don't know.
I didn't think he was the next up guy.
I don't have enough nuance to give an accurate opinion, so I'm sitting here and just nodding like, yes.
But they was trying to tell us. I feel, they were like,
it was definitely a narrative online that he's out of here, and I don't think he was as out of here as they were trying to claim.
It's like, this is your guy.
Yeah, it was a I'm trying to be nice. So.
Yes.
It's a celebration.
Mm-hmm.
Holiday. I don't want to be that one relative that comes to holiday celebration and wants to be the truth teller that gets everybody angry.
How you say you trying to be nice with an FTR shirt on? Please.
It's like that relative is like, we don't need the truth today, dog. Like, you can keep it.
That's cool.
I'm just trying to eat some potato salad.
We just want to eat.
Yeah, we just want to eat.
I don't want to hear your conspiracy about why they didn't put Hugh Hefner in jail. I don't want to hear that.
Not the time, dog. No, don't add
Leave
that
me alone.
in here. Yeah. What about the other? No, we're not talking about the other people right now.
Yeah, leave me alone.
Let me eat my chicken.
But yeah, the main event started off hot. Cult of Personality hit. That crowd very much popped big for CM Punk. A lot of CM Punk shirts in the crowd. It's like we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you're going to be able to do this every week and build the show around somebody that's not there, but go figure. CM Punk in Chicago always tend to work. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he came out, got the big reaction. And if you thought he was just going to come out there and overshadow the two guys in that main event, nah, Trick Williams is very, very over, man. That guy is out of here, man. Came out there in his white and red Bulls gear, and as soon as his music hit, man, that crowd was into it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where they are. If NXT has like a crowd like that, they're about to love them some Trick Williams. Like, the fans there connect to him something crazy. I totally understand why he got the championship back in this. Immediately when I heard that pop, I was like, damn, this guy is so out of here, man. It's crazy.
Out of here, bro.
Bro, I know like this much about Trick Williams wrestling. but much like the Joe Hendry song, just randomly,
Yeah.
that trick.
Oh
Whoop,
yeah,
Mhm. Mhm.
Trick Willie, come on.
I don't know. That diss
I
track
dig it.
This track was I don't know, but I'm still for the whoop that trick.
With diss tracks, you can maybe keep them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the diss tracks are another element to his character, and people seem to like him. Just very interesting that certain people did not like it when AJ was doing it, but now they like it now. Funny how things change when it's somebody you like.
Wait, you mean AJ Francis or AJ
AJ
Styles?
Francis.
Oh, listen, I'm a wrestling rapper hater. Get your raps off. Man.
AJ Styles out here rapping?
I didn't know. I was asking you.
No, he definitely is not. You saw who he had. You saw who he had introduced him last night. He's not doing.
I did not. I have been so out of the loop. So this is a surprise for me. I'm getting my Grapsody live.
But yeah, this match was solid.
Mhm.
Ego came out in his green and yellow Packard gear, trying to get heat from the Chicago crowd.
Mhm.
I said that it looked like the Canada Dry color theme because it was green and gold.
Right.
See, yeah. But yeah, I thought this was a solid match. The crowd was very much into both these guys. At one point, Ego started trolling Punk and hit Trick with a GTS. It didn't work. I thought all of the stuff with Punk, I don't know, it felt unneeded, but I understood why he was there. You're trying to pop a rating, you were trying to draw more people to come to that show, and those things worked. But I think his addition to this match felt very tacked on.
Well, then he went into business for himself too at the end. That was crazy.
Dude.
Yeah,
Can't believe he would
a
hit.
little weird. Like this
Can't
man is
believe he would hit a
celebrating.
go to sleep during the confetti falling down. That's crazy.
So, like a lot of special guest referee matches we see, the heel always gets into it with the special guest referee. So at the end of the match, Ethan Page is arguing with Punk, and it looks like he's gonna go to hit him, and he picks him up and gives him a go to sleep, and that's how the show ends. And people are like, "Oh, that Punk, he had to get his lick in." The bad guy was getting ready to swing on him.
I'm like, if people thought CM Punk wasn't gonna send people home, like, what were you thinking? Like, why
It's
was he here?
Chicago, and
What?
the wild part about some of those tweets that I saw people saying he went into business for himself, I was like, do y'all know what going into business for yourself means? He cooperated with the move.
People don't understand that they conflate, like everybody that's like Hogan, they compare Becky or Bailey, or I'm like, you guys don't even understand the terms that you're using. That's not how going to business for himself works. If he went to a business for himself, he wouldn't have been involved in the match or the show. He would have just showed up from his home in his pajamas and hit it. If he showed up in his pajamas and hit a go to sleep and he wasn't supposed to be there, that's going into business for yourself.
I mean, one of the most famous special guest referee matches of all time that was, I believe, on the premiere of SmackDown is The Rock famously doing the count and saying, it doesn't matter if The Rock counts to 3, and then proceeded to beat up both guys in the match.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. The special guest referee, that's what you expect off a special guest referee.
I mean, that's where we got one of the most iconic people's elbows of all time, of him sliding in with the dress shoes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yo, you're unlocking memories, Phil, right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, whatever. People that are acting like this is the first time they've seen a special guest referee match are killing me. But yeah, I thought this was a solid show. I don't know if it was enough to make me a weekly NXT watcher, but I enjoyed it. I'm curious to see what it's gonna do going forward now that they're on broadcast TV. I'm curious to see it if that means that it's gonna bring more eyes to it.
Mm-hmm.
What do they change about the show going forward? I don't know. Curious to see.
I think with the rating that they got this week, that's a really good sign, because it felt like there were a lot of people this week that didn't know how to find it. And as the weeks move along and people understand where their network is and they understand where to find it, it's going to increase. I feel I think it's just, this is probably one of the best deals WWE has made. Like, I was like, CW, that's kind of weird, but like, it's like lightweight syndication kind of, and then a bunch of different homes. Like this could work out really well for them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine. CW doesn't have as much content because they're not doing a lot of the DC shows anymore. So
Right.
they can use something like this that's cheap content. I think it's going to work well for both parties. They immediately put it up on the CW app the next day as well. So
I looked at like the shows on the CW, and like they're already like the best rated show or one of the best rated, top rated shows on the network, and like it's only going to increase.
yeah, Jose is saying I didn't bring up that Wayne and 2 Chainz or the new NXT theme song. We talked about it a little bit on Ask Grapsody. I think that this theme fits NXT very well. I think this fits more than the SmackDown theme, and I like that Meg record. But I think like in terms of what NXT is and that sound, I think it fits much better.
Yeah, it felt like when they played this intro, I was like, oh, I can get jiggy with this shit. Like I like this. I think I just like the song a lot better. Like
I like the song. I like both songs though.
Yeah, me too. I'm into Meg. I like Meg a lot. I just think I don't know if that song specifically. I think there's a bunch of Meg records that could work, but I don't know if that's working for me over there. I want her to be in that position, but it just felt like rushed. I don't know, something's missing from it. And
you could have chosen a better song.
Yeah, that's what I just like. There's a bunch of dope Meg songs where it felt, and this one didn't feel like that energy that she usually gives up. But this 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne, like it feels like that NXT energy, the young people, the people that work there, like it works.
Yeah,
I have a theory about the Meg song. If you want to hear it,
yeah,
got a song. Want to hear? Here you go.
All right. So boom, nah. My thing was like, you can tell somebody who either is not a hip hop fan or someone who doesn't listen to Meg's music probably picked something that was commercial and safe. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't Jade, Bianca, and Naomi on SmackDown? Yeah.
Well, I mean, Jade, Bianca can go wherever they want. They're floating champions.
True, but they mostly feature on SmackDown. So let's put the Black Girl song on the. Yeah, it's gross. It's gross. And it's just a theory, a rap theory. But that's my 2 cents on it. And it's like I can think of. Oh, you can't put bongos. Never mind. I'm trying to think of a Meg song, but every Meg song is just like. So
yeah, but you just need like a 15-second piece, though.
Yeah,
but I just feel like that's exactly how it was. They're like, what's the most? This one's popular right now. Get that one.
If this is the old boy from BTS on that one.
Yeah. They just got the current single, put it on SmackDown. Again, I like that record. I think it's a good look for Meg. I think it's a good look for WWE to use more contemporary music. It feels rushed, and I too have a theory as to why it feels rushed. But
I would like to hear your theory.
People might not like my theory
because it was.
It was.
Yeah, it feels rushed because it was rushed because they were trying to rush to get it done because Mercedes was also trying to do something with her.
That's a credit boys. That's a very credit boys thing to do.
I mean, credit boys. They did just announce this week that they're trying to trademark the yes, yes, yes chant.
Nasty.
I'm like,
that
what?
Is nasty work. That is nasty. That's like getting what trademarked, bro.
Yeah, you can't do that. No, it'd be like AEW trying to get what trademark. It's like, no, that doesn't. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's attached to somebody. It doesn't. You can't. And beyond that, like, it's even if it wasn't Bryan Danielson, getting a trademark, a chant of any trademark is bullshit to wrestling fans. You can't tell me what the oh, hey, don't chant that. What?
We own this.
All right, sue these nuts.
So they're gonna be watching AEW, and if everybody's doing that, they're gonna be like, "Well, look, taking you to court." Like, what?
Yeah.
Grow up. No. That's my answer. Grow up.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it was a solid start for NXT on CW. It was a good premiere.
Good sign. And they have another one of them type shows this week, right? Where it's they're in like a big arena and stuff.
Yeah, they will be in St. Louis.
Saying the Lou. A couple of them same lunatics might be in there.
Pay them to resist.
Man, just trying to get their money, trying to get paid. But yeah, no, I'm excited about NXT, especially with like you're saying the debuting women and stuff. Like, I think that this going to CW and maybe getting a little bit more serious, it could be good.
Yeah, I agree. I am going to hit a word from our sponsors, and then we're going to get into some more Humper chats and some more topics.
True.
BetOnline.ag is the official betting partner of Fightful. 100% of the time when you get the odds from Fightful, they are coming from BetOnline.ag. And it's not just wrestling, it's not just MMA and boxing. It's football, it's basketball, baseball, hockey. They have the earliest lines. You can bet big with the high limits and rebet functionality. They have the fastest payouts with winnings paid in minutes and the industry's best bonuses on every qualifying deposit. They've been trusted for 25 plus years. It's not some fly-by-night company. BetOnline AG has been there. They've done that. In addition, they're trusted by millions. They've got VIP rewards programs and a ton of popular games. BetOnline.ag, that's where I go to make my bets. That's where I suggest you go to, my friends. Please just bet what you can and bet responsibly.
As always, bet responsibly, but for all of your sports betting needs, betonline.ag is the place to go. Let's get into some of these Humper chats. See, we got some from Tony P. He says, Takeshita, you petty bastard. You could have waited until after the match to do what you did. However, anger about that is not the reason you're not getting petty of the week.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we'll get into Dynamite for this week, but Takeshita did what he felt like he had to do,
And look what it got us.
might have worked out.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Tony P also says, sadly for you, AEW got the bag, making normal IWC come together and drag the shit out of grifters. All the great talk about how good the deal is for the business. All you normal people that love pro wrestling, you win petty of the week. Yeah, some of these people that were out and about getting their receipts off and going and trying to get their issues in certain tweets, they had a blast with this. I personally just stayed out of the whole thing.
Yep.
I
It
learned.
was a bad on both sides. Like even the people trying to get their dunks off, I was like, I don't want to see this either.
I laughed. I'm not gonna hold you. I lurk. I don't involve myself in it. Don't come for me because I'll execute you. But I saw everyone. I saw every one of them. If you posted that this you was about it, it was there like, yes.
There was a lot of this used too.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. I didn't want nothing to do with it. I'm just glad that this TV deal is finally announced, so some people can shut up. Because this has become the most insufferable and lazy debate that I've seen in quite some time. And I want to just say that I'm glad that it's over, but it'll never end because these things never end on the internet.
It's never ending.
See more from Tony P. He says, speaking of petty of the week, still tied with Takeshita for second is Tevin Campbell. He mentioned lawyers and lawsuits to Jaguar White, and you ain't hear his name out her mouth since. A certain lady in Colorado could have learned from her and kept her mouth shut. Yeah, sometimes it's okay to shut up, man. It's cool.
Tevin Campbell suing somebody. I'm so late. This what happens when you have Olympic level minding your business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes it's cool to shut up.
Jaguar White been out. She on everybody's pod. You saw the video of Star yelling at her.
That was nasty, bro.
That was crazy.
I did not like any of the stuff he was saying to her.
No,
I just think she was way out of pocket too. It was just
they were both out of line. Like the energy he returned back, I was like, oh my god, I have to turn this off.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
It was nasty.
It's wild out here.
Yeah, I wish people would stop booking Jaguar Wright. It seems like she's not well, and I wish people would stop exploiting her mental health issues.
Yeah, I hate it.
Oof, I know what you're talking about. And I was like, what are they all two and two together?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See more from Tony P. He says now she's got 9 years of election interference because she thought she could talk shit and just get probation. He's talking about the woman from Colorado, by the way. On a light note, I heard the story from Norris Cole and Jeff Teague about how the Cleveland State and Wake Forest game helped Cole get drafted to the Big Three Heat. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Jeff Teague's podcast is so good. There's so many funny clips I see from it this week where he he was like, "Come on, Bron."
Oh, the
Like, I
Bron
love you,
clip.
Brian, but come on.
When Bronny's looking down at LeBron, that shit, I was laughing so hard watching that. Yeah, every time a Jeff T clip comes out from that podcast, it's hilarious. He's a great storyteller.
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, for context for people if they didn't see it, he's reacting to that clip of Brian saying, "I knew he was going to be good the second I saw him play when he was 5 years old." And Jeff Teague is like, "Come on, dog, really? 5 years old? All right, Brian. Like, I love you, but come on."
Sometimes you gotta big up your kid, big up yourself, big up your spawn.
Listen, yeah, exactly. Credit Boys is like he's getting credit for his son and him at the same time. Like I knew he was gonna be a prophet because I'd be thinking like that.
Listen,
I don't think, baby, that's ghetto. I know.
sometimes you gotta lie. I said this earlier. Yeah, you know, Brian is
Best
somebody that gets a lot of lies off. And I'm sure somebody will say I'm a hater, but he does. He gets a lot of lies off.
He built a career off of it.
He be lying.
You could build a career off of lying too. Come on now.
It's a fact. I feel like lying got him to play on a team with his son. Like there had to be some lies in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Now he can hoop. Get him.
Yeah, nah. What it's the drum line line when he comes in there, he's saying, "Man, I'm the best drummer that's on this team." He's like, "No, lying got you here." Classic movie.
Exactly.
Was it lying or was it Credit Boys?
Lying got you here. You knew you couldn't read music coming in the door, Devin. Come on.
To be fair, drum music is a lot different than regular music.
Let's see. I think I got all of those. Okay, more from Tony P says, before I get to wrestling, tell me why Thursday the first thing I see on Twitter is about Nikki's Coke-fueled version of War and Peace. She was mad, LOL. For real though, why you saying happy B-Day to your kid, but posting a pic with you and your essay of a baby daddy? I did not see any of this, Tony. What are you talking about?
What happened?
Sounds like Nicki Minaj was tweeting again.
I missed all of this.
I didn't see none of that. I'm glad I missed it.
When Nikki get into her bag, I'll be trying to stay away.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hold you. Somebody has suggested with all this Meg discourse, how insane it would be for Roman Reigns to come out to Roman's revenge. How it pop. Can you imagine they start the original Bloodline music and then it goes, "Take your medication, Roman."
Oh my god! I will cut my TV off.
That'd be the funniest shit ever.
I will cut my TV off.
Mad, you tight, you suck at life. You don't want around to you. Suck at life.
That'd be
I would laugh.
Roman walking out to that.
Horrible.
What the fuck is this, bro?
I want it.
I don't. That sounds awful.
Roman can make it work.
Roman can make it, and you still would have people in the crowd like.
No, Roman stands wouldn't carry today, but like, no, this is the greatest thing that could happen for him. What do you mean?
We love Nikki.
He got the queen of rap and the king of wrestling. It makes sense. I can put the two and two together.
Nah, man, that visual of him walking down, like slow walking down to the ring like he does with his music, and Paul like next to him, and all you see behind him is Nikki doing like the rap boy.
They have to walk down slow when she's going.
She walks in him too. This is a wild scene.
I'd be sad. I would be sad. I don't care. I'd be sad.
That would be, yeah, yikes. I don't know if we need that. We got the Wayne performance last year. I don't know if we need this current Nikki performance. I don't know.
They probably done through with Young Money after that.
I see it in my head. Fuck y'all.
Yeah. Tony P also says, now I have some thoughts. You know what is weird from AEW this week? The possible tweeting of Stat and her leaving Stoke. That's not what's confusing me the most though. Stat won the blow-off match at All Out, but didn't Willow have her number since the Owen? Yeah, she used the chain to win, which is also interesting with her not being linked to Stoke anymore, because that was her whole bit with Stoke was hey, use this chain, and she ended up using the chain to win the blow off match with her, and now they're not even linked anymore.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
And it seems like she's gonna be a baby face now. So like it's like all
Yeah.
that was for nothing. But regardless of that, I did see her interact with Mercedes, and that's all that I care about if we're getting a match out of this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a little bit on Ask Grapsody who was going to be Mercedes' next opponent, and I kind of passed on Stat because I assumed Stat was going to be still a heel, but now that she's a babyface, this makes all the sense in the world. And I think that that's a big match. Mercedes could use a big match like this one. I think that that's going to hit as well. If that's the Wrestle Dream match, I'm here for it.
Yeah, definitely. They need a big women's match, a couple of big women's match for Wrestle Dream, and that one. If we're just picking an in-house Mercedes opponent, like Stat was one of the dream matches that I had with her coming in. So yeah, let's get to that.
Yeah,
Did they say why Stat was no longer linked to Stokely or like kayfabe wise, or it's just like
they've just moved on. I mean,
he just he ain't there no more.
yeah.
I'm not gonna hold you. Stokely Hathaway deserves. He is a good underrated manager. Like Prince Nana outshined him this year. No shade, but like right underneath him, and I'm like that's high praise considering there's a Paul Heyman out in the street.
Yeah, it's strange because Stokely has been a part of multiple things with AEW, and it just always seems like it just ends abruptly out of nowhere.
And he gets left behind, and it's like
It's strange. I don't know what's going on there.
But
And
often though, like everything he's ever done in his
keeps
career.
happening, and I don't know what that means. It's strange though. So I mean, I think that was a good period for Stat. I think Stat can talk on her own. I think at least that's the good thing. That time with Stokely, she has proven that she's improved as a promo, and so I think she'll be fine. And I think her as a baby face is going to work out. So
I honestly didn't like. I liked it, but I don't think she really needed him. Like I think there was some places for Stokely. I don't know if I would have necessarily picked Stat because of the things that you're saying. One, she's a great baby face. Like remember when
that's true.
This company started, like people were like Stat, and like you said, she could talk for herself. Like getting her over as heel, I think that was a great benefit for him. But like if she's gonna be babyface, she's gonna be way fine by herself.
Yeah,
agreed.
I just think it's strange that they haven't told us in story why she's no longer with Stokely and why she's just all of a sudden turning babyface. I don't know, but everything about this is kind of strange. But yeah, everything match wise that we're getting out of it, I think is good. The potential Mercedes match, we also got the stare down between her and Camille, which also sounds fire. So
Hey, yeah.
Camille versus Statlander.
Yeah.
I don't need no 30-minute classic.
Straight up. That's exactly when Camille came in. People were like, damn, her and Stat's gonna go off. And like, yeah, let's get to it.
yeah.
Camille, Stat, and Willow could fight for all the meaty checkers, and I'd be there getting gout right along with them.
Them big brick houses. Bring in Megan Bain too, and just like have them all just
Bro.
and
I
then put
don't
me in the
want no
middle.
30-minute class. I just want women slapping women meat. I want that. I need that.
I'll be the referee, I think.
Taylor, bro, they are so good as well. Bring them in. Bring in Havoc. Good. Where's Jordan Grace?
Jordan Grace trying to get her a job in the World Wrestling Entertainment.
You know what Jordan is? She's at TNA.
All her tweets have been, "I can't wait to get to WWE."
That's not. I love
WrestleMania is going to be great. I'm like, what about Bound for Glory, Jordan?
At the end of the day, Jordan Grace could slap the Pope, and I'd be like, yeah, maybe he deserves. She's up there with Zelina Vega for me. They could do no wrong.
But honestly, I want her to she deserves like money in a big contract. So I hope she does get it.
Yeah, I think whatever she does, she's done plenty with TNA. She's did a lot to help that company. She's built herself up over there. If she eventually does make the move to WWE and gets a big contract, good for her.
It's deserved.
Yeah.
I will say I would rather her go to WWE if just my 2 cents, because I see what they did to my old girl Deanna at AEW, and I don't know if I like that booking.
I think they had their chance early on where they really should have pushed to get Jordan, and I don't know why they didn't. And it kind of feels like that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I think
something contract. If I'm not mistaken, Jordan's contract is not up. But I'm not the scoops guy. I'm
No,
not
but
sure.
I mean, even before that, because she was on the card for All In. She was in the big budget battle royal.
Oh yeah,
And
you mean
so she's been kind of around that company since day one. They've had chances to really go after her, and I don't know why they didn't. And that just tells me that either they're not interested or she's not interested. I don't know what the
I
truth
bet you
is.
like post her husband stuff that
That part too.
it's probably like I'm chill. It's
Yeah,
kind of like
'cause
when
Gresham
Cedric
was there too.
when Cedric Alexander, they're talking about contract negotiation. I was like, I
I
wouldn't.
don't
Yeah.
think he'll be over there.
I'm like, you guys
No.
doing his wife's thing? I don't really think that.
And
he's
that
gonna
was
be
a
doing it.
travesty in and of itself. Every day to this day, I miss Big Swole. Every day to this day, she was such a good addition on the AEW roster.
Mhm.
Criminal.
She's just such a good personality and
Yeah.
charismatic. Like she needs to. I don't understand. Like even if she's not wrestling, like why isn't she doing something somewhere just because of her personality?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any roster would be lucky to have her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought her podcast that she had was doing well. I think that she should be doing something in wrestling, even if it's not competing.
Right.
Yeah. Agreed with that.
Let's see. More from Tony P. He says, because I kind of feel I'm assuming he's still talking about Statlander here. Yes. Because I kind of feel she had somewhat earned a chance at world title. Also, last night, it really felt like they are establishing the women's tag teams now. I think we get a world tag team belt for next year. I'm not sure, but I do agree that it seemed like after getting that big win, she should be going up. But I currently feel like the champion to challenge for a lot of people is Mercedes. She feels like the bigger champion at the moment.
And that's unfortunate for Mariah because I think like she was being set up to be the one that everybody was after. I think they could definitely pivot and get back to it. But it feels like if you want to make a statement, no pun intended, you're going after Mercedes.
Yes.
Which is kind of unfortunate because I thought she was really good with Toni Storm, but it kind of gives credence to some people, not me, because I think they're both great. But some people are saying that Toni Storm was carrying that thing. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think they both equally did the part. But I think if you're going to book Toni Storm strong, you have to book Mariah May strong afterwards. And
exactly, because Toni is still being booked strong and having great promos and like outside. And I don't think the same emphasis has been put on Mariah.
Yeah. And I feel like if Toni does come back to being more of the forefront, and they're putting more emphasis on Monet, which no shade, they didn't even put that much emphasis when Jade had the belt. So boop.
Mercedes is different.
Yeah, it's giving, but it is giving. If you want to make a statement, you got to challenge Mercedes, who's eventually gonna take it off of Mariah. Sorry,
maybe. I don't know.
If Mariah don't drop it before her, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, shout out to Toni Storm. Also had a big match this morning.
Did she?
Stardom card. She challenged for the IWGP Women's Championship. I haven't watched the whole show yet, so I don't know the outcome of it. I would assume that Mayu retained because that was my prediction.
I'm sure that was some heat too.
But yeah, the promos going to get to that were good. I liked that when Mina came here and they had the backstage segment with her and Mariah. She says, "Oh yeah, I'm going back to Japan." She goes, "What are you going back to Japan for?" And she's like, Don't worry about it. She's of course going back to tag with Toni Storm. And then Toni has the backstage segment with Mariah as well. Sorry, with Mina. And Mina's saying, "Yeah, I love you and Mariah." And then Tony's looking around like, "Mariah, who is that person? I don't know who that is."
Left in memory, period.
And the promos that Tony's doing, that Stan Hansen, he lariated me, but not with his arm. I'm like, what is wrong with this lady? She's so good. I can't wait till she comes back. I'm happy that she's doing shit over there, but like,
yeah, I wouldn't have been mad if she won the IWGP Women's Championship.
Right.
But again, I haven't seen it yet, so I would bet the match is good. More from Tony P. He says, also last year when AEW started to add all the pay-per-views, they really seemed out of whack when it came to telling stories and booking matches, seeing as they were used to doing only 4 pay-per-views. This year seems more smoother until around Blood and Guts. Yeah, I agree. I think they've gotten more used to their pay-per-view schedule. I do think that some stuff after Blood and Guts kind of suffered because the wrestlers involved weren't on TV. I think if anybody, the Elite suffered the most from it because they kind of went away, and then they didn't have anything interesting going afterwards.
Right. Yeah, they were needed. And I thought that like coming off of that, especially like kind of having that strong hot angle, for them to kind of disappear or just be involved in backstage segments, it did kind of hurt their presentation and where they needed to be presented. Post that, they did get into some good shit. Like the last 5 or 6 weeks, I think I've been really interested. But there was like this time where seemed like nothing was happening.
Yeah, but the matches have been hitting lately, so
matches are fire.
And that's what I really wanted, so I'm not complaining.
Took some time, but we here. Let's keep doing it, young bucks.
Let's see. Tony P says, since All In happened, it's now been something every 2 weeks until next Wrestle Dream. I think they haven't figured out how to work the pacing for the stretch of the year. They need to figure it out before next year, before Forbidden Door starts. I think really, to go along with that, I think what really is the hurdle is just getting over that log jam between All In and then having to turn around and book something straight away for All Out. And then you've got another pay-per-view in 3 or 4 weeks. And I think it's too many shows too close together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when that block happens and it seems like they're trying to tell long-term stories. So like they have 3 shows lined up and they're trying to get to the 3rd story. And it's like the 2 shows in before that could get kind of muddied up. That's what gets kind of unfortunate. And I think like, I'm always like, you guys have a roster full of people. If you're not going to tell a story with one, like tell a story with somebody else in the place of that. Yeah. Like we could pivot and do something else. Pivoting seems to be like a problem that they have. Like if a wrestler gets injured, they're just like, well, that whole thing's blown up. And it's like, I don't think they need to blow things up so often.
Yeah. I think they booked the 2 weeks between All In and All Out better this year. But then you had so many other things close to it. You had to book for Grand Slam, and then you had to get ready for the 5-year anniversary show. And then right after that, you had Wrestle Dream. And so you had to find a way to make all of these things feel like big events, but they're all within 2 and 3 weeks of each other. So it's just a lot to be trying to book big matches or big stories for.
Right.
I really think that All Out and All In really shouldn't be 2 weeks apart. Those are like marquee shows, and it feels like it's
huge
a week.
Shows.
I have no time to turn around. You know what I mean? They really need to be like a month, at least a month.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they try to use like WWE things sometimes. Like WWE can do that because like they've established the game. Like they could do 2 back-to-back huge shows, but like AEW's market and the way that they work, it's not beneficial for them.
Agreed. And then you have, like you said, the Grand Slams. Remember when they would do a beach break? Winter is coming. You've got these PLE level shows that you want people to do pay-per-view level stuff for, but you have a pay-per-view this weekend on top of Rampage, on top of Collision. Like, Kamate Kulo, please.
I mean, they've kind of chilled on the weekly specials because they have more than 4 pay-per-views now, but they're also still trying to make Battle of the Belts a thing, which
that needs to stop. Because every time I cover Battle of the Belts on Collision, I wish I would have covered TNA instead. So
they're coming here for 2 shows in the Bay. One's in San Jose and the other one's in Stockton, and the Stockton show has a Battle of the Belts, and I was they're still doing Battle of the Belts. Like last time I went to the Battle of the Belts, I was like, the belts aren't even why is it called that? Just call it something else.
The belts ain't battling.
Right.
Yeah, y'all don't change hands or nothing. I think out of all like 4 or 7 Battle of the Belts, it's a belt. I can't English. A belt has changed hands once or twice.
Like I'm with you having a
with
special
the Sammy Guevara match.
Just call it something else.
I
That's all I'm
forgot about
saying.
him.
I think it's that's the only title change at Battle of the Belts, right? Sammy
Oh
the
yeah,
belt.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that was it out of all like 10 or 12 of them, because there's been a bunch of them. Chattels never change hands on Battle of the Belts.
It's like Battle of the Belts. The champion's gonna squash someone. Like that's not what.
If you send in Turbo Floyd out to go fight, I already know whoever the champion is winning. Like, what are you doing?
Turbo Floyd.
Person don't even got an intro. They already in the ring. What the fuck?
Yeah, if you're doing already in the ring shots on Battle of the Belts, we're not. The belts ain't battling.
No. You got more from Tony P. He says, hearing the clip of Gabby's interview with QT was interesting. The fact that there was plans for him to wrestle for TNA as he worked for AEW backstage before Scott was fired was shocking. I did not see this clip. I did see the preview that Gabby put up where QT was saying he got kicked out of a group chat, but I haven't seen the interview in its entirety or the clip you're talking about.
What group chat did he get kicked out of?
I don't know.
He was in the elite group chat. Like, what the hell are you doing here?
What's he doing in here? No, that's really funny. I haven't heard it, but I do want to check it out. A lot of people that I like, they talk so highly about QT. They say like the work that he does in AEW is like it's an immeasurable. Like he's an undeniable part of the roster, and they were like happy to have him back. So like, wish all the success to QT. Marshall. Mm-hmm.
Tony P says, it seems that Scott was really trying to still have a relationship with AEW as they worked with WWE, especially with the upcoming show for MLPW. See how TK was willing to do this makes me wonder about the next thing. Yeah. All of that is very strange, but also not that surprising when WWE started their partnership. No, you're in a partnership with me.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you
mean? This is a partnership, not that. We should probably end that partnership over there.
Whenever you work with the Fed is like, all right, what other bitch you fucking? Because
exactly.
That's done. I don't care. That's done. And I'll make sure it's done. That's done.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna fuck you over.
Yeah, it makes me think of that clip that's going around for the longest of Black China yelling at Rob Kardashian on the phone, and she's like got the phone like this, like, "Are you still fucking bitches? Yes or no? Are you still calling other bitches?"
You want to do a partnership with the Fed? You still got unsigned people? Stop playing with me.
Yo, when you see a woman holding the phone like that and it's not to their face and they just screaming, it's like,
nah.
Whatever
you got it,
bro. You got it.
Mm-hmm.
Independent wrestlers. The fuck
you talking about? QT Marshall, get off my phone.
These guys who are afraid of the grind? Nah.
Get off my phone. Tony P says, remember when Will said he can't see TK letting a New Japan wrestler winning the world title? Well, you think he would let Mina beat Mariah at Full Gear for a shock win for a short 3 or 4 months? Mina Mariah feud for the title without potatoing the belt. I don't see that. I mean, you just had one of your best women's world champions, like one of your biggest success stories for this company, and Tony putting over Mariah for Mariah to drop the belt to somebody else and not in the company. I don't see him doing that.
Yeah, nah. Be for real. Sorry, be for real.
I think with AEW's TBS and their women's world championship, those are always going to be on AEW women's wrestlers. Like they use their partnerships, like how Willow won the CMLL or the New Japan Strong Championship. They'll do stuff like that, but I don't think they'll do like anything extreme like that.
No, I mean, that's not to say never, but I think particularly with Mariah, I just don't see it happening. I don't see them doing this whole project to get Mariah over and having Tony put her over and then having her drop the belt to somebody that's not a part of the company.
Right. Not at this time, at least.
Yeah. I could be wrong, and I don't know what Mina's contract status is, but I would not be surprised if she eventually ends up over there.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. But I just want them to use her. I feel I say that a lot about women who go to AEW. I'm like, I just
I
want to
mean,
see you.
I don't know how much you follow Stardom. Her presentation in AEW compared to Stardom is night and day. She's treated like a big deal. She's treated like a significant part of storylines. It's not exactly
In
like that in
Stardom?
Stardom. No, I mean in AEW. She's treated like a big deal. She's treated like a big part of current storylines. I mean, look at it this way. If you're telling me that Tony Mariah is the biggest women's storyline in the history of the company, they had her smack dab in the middle of this.
Fair. And I don't know what her run in Stardom, because the way it looks like on AEW, I think Mina's a big deal over there.
But I'm telling you, that's because that's the way they present her on
She's
TV.
not a big deal over there. That's
Because I mean, I think she is a big deal in general, but like just look at it. She's not a world champion over there. She was a trio champion. Now currently she's holding 2 belts, but I just think the way that they book her compared to the way she's presented here in America with AEW is totally different.
I have to look at her Stardom things, because I get what you're saying, but I'm like, oh, she's champion, but I'm not above educating myself.
Yeah. More from Tony P says, it's been a long time since I praised SmackDown over Raw, but here we are. It felt like the wrestling, except for that last man standing match, was just there. The match felt missable. Even if I liked the ending of the Kofi chat and Ray Woods and Miz screwing the truth, the promos were the best thing on the show. Also, I can't wait for the Terra Twins Judgment Day story to end. How many times can you go out and get your ass handed to you? Also, added being Dom's girlfriend / ex to a tail of the tapes. No, thank you. Yeah, I thought I was possibly over exaggerating last week, but I'm ready. In this Judgment Day and Rhea stuff. It's
Why are
time.
they still doing it?
Ready.
It's been so long, you guys. I just for the sake of Liv, like I feel like Liv needs something else to get into. Like all she's ever attached to is Rhea Ripley. Like get her somebody else.
It's time. I'm so ready. This is just doing nothing for me. I actually didn't watch all of Raw because I've said multiple times on this podcast that I don't watch Raw live. I usually watch it on Hulu. And it's not on Hulu anymore.
They don't do that. Yep.
They took it off Hulu. And so you can still watch it on Peacock, but they don't put the episodes on the next day like they were doing on Hulu. You have to wait weeks out and
a month.
Yeah. And so I still haven't seen this week's episode of Raw because usually I don't watch it live. But yeah, I was excited for the Last Man Standing. The stuff I've seen of it looked good, but I just haven't seen it in full.
You got to watch live is what you're saying. Forever.
Yeah, I mean,
disgusting. I'm kidding.
Well, you know, soon to be 2 hours again. So
and it'll be a Netflix soon, so it don't matter.
Hell yeah, brother. I also wanted to chime in about the Liv and Rhea situation. I do think it is a little unfortunate that Liv's whole run has been tied to a man this whole time, and it's like, bro, not for Dominic Mysterio. Don't get me wrong, I'm here for the Dominic on a pole match. Don't get me wrong, I am here for that. But I think this should be the last match. And Rhea Ripley, come on now. Knock it off. Knock it. Why are we still feuding with the Judgment Day? Who cares about the...
It's not going to be the last match for Rhea because she has to win that championship.
Yeah. The problem here is that they have not built up anybody to challenge for those belts after this is over with. And that's why
Becky coming back. Oh, I'm kidding.
Yeah, but I that's why I don't think that Rhea is going to win tonight. I think that Liv is going to retain.
Because it's for the belt too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Liv's
it's a shark cage match. I really don't.
The rest of Judgment Day is going to interfere, and all she got is Damian Priest, who, if I'm not mistaken, he also has a match tonight, no?
Yes, Finn Balor.
So it's going to be the odds are ever in her favor unless somebody comes out to help Rhea, and no, everybody don't like the Judgment Day. Like, I'm over it. This needs to, at this point, the Judgment Day need to do something else. Rhea need to do something else. Liv need to do something else. No, I don't care about the relationship anymore. I don't.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought SmackDown was cool. I really liked the dumpster match. Cole on commentary doing the trash puns got very old for me very fast, but the match itself was fun. I never going to complain about them putting me on TV more. She's been great. Chelsea has been
Chelsea
a
too.
great comedic wrestler. I think she's been killing it with what they give her to do. Piper's a great sidekick. And so, man, it's just more of what I wish they would do on Raw with the women, because you got 2 women's matches on SmackDown, and I thought all the storyline stuff they've done around it was very good.
Yeah, it's thinking about them going to 3 hours soon is
That
making
confirmed?
my brain's going crazy.
Why? I don't understand. We've
But-
been complaining about 3 hours. Why?
I think that what they've done kind of off the backs of coming over to UFC has been pretty refreshing, especially considering like Raw was, I think it had the momentum for a little bit, but it feels like it switched back over. There's a lot of things that happen on Raw, but it's still just too long. That's why
it's very long. There's a lot of filler.
Mhm.
I think SmackDown works better because it's more concise.
Yep.
I think the storylines are a bit better. I think
Mhm.
because it still feels like the Bloodline show. It still feels like the biggest storyline is happening there.
Right.
And it's so funny because they made this big to do about Roman coming back, and he's still on TV sparingly, but it's still built around stuff with Roman. But this week, man, I just continue to say that everything else about the Bloodline is incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
But Solo is just kind of there as this fraud leader. And I get you're supposed to feel that way about Solo, that he's a fraud, but man, I did not know what Tama Tonga was doing at first when he's coming out making the noises, but this guy is one of the funniest wrestlers on TV, bro.
Yeah, when it initially happened, I was like,
they're serious, bro.
Right. I was like, they're turning him into some weirdo. Like, what is this? Like, they're making him into like a human dog or something. But now every time I see it, I think it's great. It's
Bro,
hilarious.
the ladder match was a lot of fun, but at one point during the ladder match, Tama Tonga comes out and he like hits Dawkins, and then he jumps out of the ring and he's like yelling at Tonga Low. He's like, pick him up. Pick him up. And so he goes to get a chair, and B-Fab snatches it from behind, and he looks so shocked. Like, why would you do that? Then he turns around. He's like, hey, yeah. It's so funny, man. I was dying laughing at that alone. Also, the finish of the match of Tonga Loa climbing all the way to the tippity top of the ladder.
Yeah.
Also very funny.
Him standing up there with the big hanger. I'm like, why is he all the way up there?
You say get to the top of the ladder, sir.
Oh man, two of the most unserious wrestlers on TV, man. Very, very entertainer. Jacob doing his monologue on the way out, like, I love the tribal chief, and soon everybody's gonna love him just as much as I do. You're gonna love him. You're gonna love him. Cody Rhodes, even Roman Reigns. You're gonna love the tribal chief. This guy, he's the guy, man. I've been saying it for weeks, but it's him. He's the guy.
He is. It's continuously comes apparent when he's out there, when he talks. It's like, I thought that they were gonna make him into like a Umaga type where he's just a thug and he doesn't talk much, but like, no, they gotta let this guy talk, because when he talks, it adds more to his character
He's
too.
so
And
good,
he's
man.
fucking hilarious.
He's
Cameron's like, I get to wrestle with my brother. I don't care what. Y'all could be selling hot dogs, Frank's at the front. I'm gonna be like,
Tama Tonga is making the most out of all of this, and it is incredibly entertaining, man. I'm sorry, it's great.
All them. That's why I don't really know why they're running back the Cody stuff, because it's like everything beyond the Cody stuff too. They're more entertaining over there because it feels like they're just rehashing with that.
Yeah, and Ace, this is what I'm saying. So the funny thing about all this Tama stuff is he's doing all of this like character stuff and being like this Tasmanian devil, but the guy can actually talk, and he's very charismatic as well. But I get why they're doing it. He had to downplay it because Jacob is the one that's supposed to look the coolest, and it's working.
Oh yeah, because Tama's whole thing was he's cool and he could talk and he's smooth, and they're like, they have to take a little bit away from that because they want to focus the attention on Jake. Because then you'll be like, well, he should be the leader. Because if it's promo for promo, like Tama's a better promo than Jacob is.
And then also, I think that puts Solo in a really awkward spot because
Mhm.
not for nothing, everybody else besides you is oozing in charisma. and you
Everybody
just
else
sitting there
around
just
him,
looking
yeah,
angry,
exactly.
mad.
Listen. I'm old enough to remember when Kenny Omega and the Elite got kicked out of the Bullet Club. People wanted Tama Tonga to lead Bullet Club,
Yep.
because he was just that interesting. When he came out with the Firing Squad and he was doing all that cool stuff, people wanted him to lead. So yeah, I have no doubt that if he was like that version of Tama Tonga here, people would be into it.
Yeah, he would
Mhm.
definitely be tribal chief, and it'd be a situation where it's like, damn, maybe we don't want Roman. maybe Roman not the one. Maybe we the twos. Actually, I don't know.
When Roman come back, they want
Yeah.
him back. a
Bro,
lot.
I remember in the beginning where everyone was like, F you, Roman, you're hogging the belt, this, that, and the third. And right before he's about to lose it, well, I think Roman actually is a really good wrestler, and I don't understand why people don't like him. Like, you're people, though. Like, what?
Mhm. Things have changed.
Yeah.
Yo, flip flop. You pick up the flip, it flops.
Mhm.
Wrestling fans, fickle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, I what I think is great about all of the bloodline stuff with those four guys in general is that they all play their role very well. Even Solo, I think he is very believable as this fraud that he's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be in that spot, and he plays his role to a T, and I think everybody understands their place in this. And that's why I say it seems very clear to me that Tama Tonga and Tonga Lower are doing all of the comedic stuff to play off of Jacob to make Jacob seem like the coolest guy.
Mm-hmm. It's working. It's working hard. When are they gonna run Roman and Jacob? You think?
I don't think we're seeing
do
that.
it.
Roman
think-
versus Jacob?
I don't think we're seeing that anytime soon. I think next year at best. I don't see it this year.
I think Jacob has to beat Roman there. I know that. I know
But
that's
that's why I don't see it happening. He's not
Yeah.
gonna lose to Jacob in the next 3 months. No way.
Nah.
Yeah. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
He's only gonna have one match over the next 3 months, probably.
Unless there's a Saudi show, because you know you don't take that
Well, there's a
money.
Saudi show that's coming up.
Oh,
In
well.
He'll be
November.
going over there.
Yeah. So that was the big story as well coming out of this week is that Cody went and did the Pat McAfee show, and at some point Cody did this very cryptic tease of saying, "Yeah, there's supposed to be this vignette during Bad Blood, and it's going to have world title implications for Crown Jewel," which is very interesting. And then there's a clip that surfaced after the interview of Pat McAfee saying, "Hey, I heard the big guy's coming back," and Cody plays like, "I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
What do you say? Which big guy?
Which big guy?" He says, "Say no more," which is very interesting because it's interesting for multiple reasons. At one point, I remember there's a suggestion that Cody could wrestle The Rock at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't happen. Even if you remember in the lead up to SummerSlam, Cody did an interview. I can't remember where. It might have been ESPN, but he called out The Rock in that
Mhm.
interview. And so it seemed to be because at one point Meltzer reported that Rock versus Cody was the match for WrestleMania.
Right.
But I feel like this is such a great way to kill two birds with one stone of doing the match towards this part of the year and get The Rock back in people's frame of consciousness. And then you flip it on them and you do the Roman match at WrestleMania and not the Cody match because that Rock Roman match don't need a title. You could easily have Cody go into WrestleMania as champion and still do that match.
Well, I feel like this post WrestleMania Roman run has shown them that the people are going crazy for him, a belt being involved or not. Them just fighting over who's the tribal chief is enough, to carry the rest of this. The Rock with what he's bringing, we never believed he was going to win the championship anyway. So it makes more sense.
He's
for
got
him
his.
not to
I
go
agree
to
with
trial.
He's got his belt that he got from Muhammad Ali's ex-wife.
When he brought that out, I was like, "What is he doing with that belt?"
Yeah. So I guess this is a good place to get into Bad Blood because the lead in to all of this is that I do think we're going to see The Rock in some way tonight at Bad Blood. I think he's either going to show up in a vignette or he's going to show up at the end of the night.
He did a promo too, didn't he?
Rock?
He did. He talked to the camera or something, or was that old?
That seems like it was so long ago when he was on TV almost every week and he was doing the Instagram promos.
Mm-hmm.
That were 20 minutes long. It's like,
What
bro,
a
shut
what a
up.
fun time. That was that was a blast.
Yo, no, when I would randomly get on my phone and there'd be a 45-minute The Rock Twitter promo, and I'd be like, what?
Yeah. And yeah, Double Kazuya saying that apparently The Rock is in Atlanta. So I do think he's gonna show up tonight.
I
Whoa,
wouldn't
whoa,
be
whoa.
mad at it. And I want to say, too, that it's not believable that Rock was going to beat Roman for any type of title. I think you put more intrigue if it's just Rock versus Roman, because who's going to win that? You're the tribal chief, the head of the table in the house that I built. Knock it off. You know, I would
Yeah.
be sports entertained to see that match, but not for the title. Because if for the title, it's a dead giveaway that Roman's winning.
Yeah. And I think this is such an interesting time for him to come back. I do think if he's teasing something and they're saying implications for Crown Jewel, we know how they book the Saudi shows. They usually put a bunch of Attitude Era wrestlers on there. Biggest Attitude Era guy you can get on there is The Rock with the year they're having. This is the best chance they have of getting The Rock on a Saudi show. It all makes a lot of sense. And you can build up around Rock saying after WrestleMania, hey, I pinned you at WrestleMania. And when I come back, I'm coming back for you. But in the meantime, Roman still wants his title back. So you have those two things happening at the same time. And Roman's a babyface now. And Rock turned heel towards the beginning of the year. I kind of think it's going to end up being a triple threat match at Crown Jewel.
That would make sense. You could hide Roman, not Roman, you could hide Rock if he's a little rusty or anything like that.
Yeah.
And put on a really good match.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it's going to be a triple threat match. And that's going to start planting the seeds for Rock versus Roman. Because I know some people are like, well, just do the Cody match in 2025 and then you can do the Rock Roman match in 2026. There's no guaranteeing that you're going to be able to do that match a year from now. If you got it now, I get why you passed up on it this year because it was Cody's time. But if you can get that match next year, you don't pass up on it 2 years in a row.
And isn't it in Hollywood next year?
Vegas.
Yeah, oh, come on. Knock it off.
They got lucky with there was some writer strike stuff too. Like you can't it's The Rock. You can't you gotta
he's gonna
get
be
it. If
busy
he's
as
here,
fuck.
put his ass in the ring now.
Yeah, you got the moment. Like he's interested in wrestling again. He's got the bug again. Nah, I think you got to do that Roman match as soon as you can.
And I
you
feel
can
like
do that at Mania.
the people in Saudi Arabia, I feel like when they started this deal in WWE's like, who would you want if you could have your dream person? They were all like, The Rock, The Rock. Can we get The Rock? Can we get The Rock? So I'm sure they've probably been trying to get The Rock for a very
Didn't the
long
Prince
time.
have a whole list of people, including Yokozuna? It's like, yo, he been
He had
there.
Yokozuna on
Yeah.
But could you imagine how much money they offered Dwayne The Rock Johnson to come wrestle them?
Bruh, listen, I am of the CM Punk mind. Them Saudi shows where someone's like, Cresta, see all these numbers? Who going to Saudi?
See all these commas?
Call me a sellout, but I
know they was giving up cash. They had bald head HBK wrestling. They had to have a fucking
come on
bag.
now.
You got Shawn Michaels out of retirement. You got to be giving it up.
Yes, we already knew that though. But yeah, I really see this turning into a triple threat match, and
So you think he's just gonna be a part of the video package, or do you think he'll be there live?
I kind of feel like he's gonna be there live.
So Cody was just throwing the little, you're not gonna want to miss this. Cody's such a good show.
Yeah, I think it's a smart way to promote it. You're trying to make this Atlanta show feel big. If you can get The Rock there, I think that's another way to reestablish Bad Blood as a big pay-per-view as well.
Right.
It makes all the sense in the world for him to show up and then also promote the Saudi show with him.
That makes even more for the controversy of who's gonna main event. You think Dwayne's gonna be out there and ain't gonna be on there at the end?
This was there was never a controversy here in my mind.
Right.
This was Cody's match to main event. They promoted this show on the back of Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
This is Cody's main event.
Right.
And you add Roman to it. Roman is not going to be on the mid card, guys.
You think Roman's going to be on a show and not go last? That's crazy.
No, this guy hasn't wrestled on a pay-per-view since WrestleMania. You think he's going to come back and wrestle on the undercard? No, that's not happening.
You think Zilla Fatu comes in tonight as well? It could be the big dog and it's him, but psych, it's actually The Rock.
I don't think Zilla Fatu's going up.
I think it's The Rock. I think if you tease The Rock and send Zilla out there, that's not gonna go over well.
I mean, he didn't tease The Rock. We're just being
I
fans.
think they're
I
gonna
mean,
wait for a couple of years to bring in Zilla. Honestly,
I mean, I know what you're saying, but just even the inkling that they could bring The Rock. We've seen how this went with the Survivor Series thing. You brought that egg out there, and then you try to say the same thing. Well, we never said The Rock was going to be here, bro. If you bring Zilla out there, that is not going to go well, bro.
if Cody says we got a big thing happening and an unknown person showed up, that'd be death.
No, that would not be good. But yeah, let's get into this card. Supposedly the opening match will be the Hell in a Cell match. CM Punk will be taking on Drew McIntyre. I at one point kind of felt like, do we really need this third match? But I think the promos over the last 3 weeks have been much better. They got the heat back that they had early in this feud. So I'm here for it. I'm very curious to see what a CM Punk cage match looks like at this point in his career. I hope that it's not as tamed as their first match at SummerSlam. They got to get to it. If you're promising this to be this big blood match and everybody's yelling, "I'm gonna make you bleed," then y'all got to get to it.
There better be some blood. If y'all are selling us on something and y'all don't execute, people are gonna be upset. But like I said before, this is another one of those. CM Punk's an old school wrestler, essentially in a cage match. He's about to go have the time of his life. If they let him bleed, then it's gonna be really well. I thought that honestly they kind of put the stamp on it for a little bit after the strap match, and I was like, how are they gonna get back to Hell in the Cell? But they got back to it, and Hell in the Cell, I think, as a concept, this is an important match for the Hell in the Cell brand, I think, because it's been through some bumps. It's been through some times where I'm like, why are we even doing the Hell in the Cell? It's like, it got to that point where it was like, okay, it's October, let's do a Hell in the Cell. Like it wasn't even about a blood feud. We actually have a blood feud. So there's something attached to this. They have to make the Hell in the Cell mean something again. Tonight's a very important match for the match.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I will say that Hell in a Cell has really legitimately, to me, has been in the trenches and the dumpsters since the whole Fiend situation with Seth Rollins. Yeah. And after that, people like this, there's no hell, there's no cell. Because if you give people too much Hell in a Cell, you're going to DQ the match.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I think it's going to be a good match. I don't know who wins. I don't care because I think it's going to be a good match. I just think it's also really petty. Drew is still over here over a friendship bracelet.
Yeah, I mean, I think Punk is winning.
I might be winning that world championship at Survivor Series or some shit. So I feel like he's gonna win this match.
I think Punk's winning. I will say I think the last two Hell in a Cell matches we got were good. The Cody one, the Hell in a Cell in Chicago, I think.
With the titty,
it was one of the best Hell in a Cell matches. And then the Hell in a Cell match at the Saudi show with Seth and Edge is also very good.
Oh yeah,
I forgot about that one.
And then Finn got fucked up against Edge in this Hell in a Cell match too, didn't he?
I wasn't a fan of that one. The way he had to get the stitches, you talking about the WrestleMania match.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Finn got fucked, like literally.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Punk's going over in this match.
I agree. Got Damian Priest taking on Finn Balor and just a one-on-one match.
A Raw match.
I'm not sure why this made the card instead of the Gunther match. I thought the Gunther match made more sense here. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But also they're trying to stick to this 5-match card thing, and I think that they got to give up on it. I'm ready for this feud to end, and I'm ready for Finn to go on and do other things, do some other things with the tag titles. And just use Finn Balor as a singles wrestler, man. Give him something else to do.
They did like a quote or something this week about the 5-match pay-per-view thing, and they were like, well, we want to stick to it, and we put other matches on other shows to kind of compensate. But then I see a match like this, and I'm like, this could have been on Raw, or you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like Finn Balor and Damian Priest are wrestling one-on-one for like no stakes? Is it like what? What do you mean?
Yeah, and your world championship match is on TV. I don't understand that.
I want people who watch the free stuff to come in and pay for the pay stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like you could have put a tag match on this card too. Like the ladder match that was on SmackDown could have easily ended up on this card too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, just like a little like variety. Like it feels like anytime they do the 5-match cards, it's just like, you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a variety like wrestling shows really are. And like, the concept of them doing the 5-match shows don't even make sense because like you're on Peacock now, like you have different restraints, like you have more time and you're like,
Yeah.
you can take less, but just like maybe 1 or 2 more.
Just 7 matches would be fine.
7,
I don't
yeah.
think that 5 matches is a little too short. I
Like,
get
you
they're
don't have
trying
to
to
go AEW. You don't have to do 14,
Yeah,
but like give us 7.
But I
Yeah.
also agree with what someone said in the chat. Rather than this match, I would have taken the Wyatt 6 versus not Alpha Academy, American Made. Like, don't they technically have a blood feud since y'all keep?
At least
that
that
feud's
was gonna
over.
be exciting.
I think
I
feud's
would-
over,
Is it?
isn't it? Because they had the big street fight on Raw, and I thought that was the end of it.
Who
I
the
thought that was the blow
Wild
off.
Six now?
Yeah, because
Either way, I don't think this match deserves to be on the card. That's just me. I agree with you. This is a TV match. It's a TV match.
but I do think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be good because both of these guys are good wrestlers. Damian ended up being a pretty good champion, and Finn Balor is Finn Balor. So I think it's gonna be a strong match. I think Finn Balor is probably gonna lose here, though.
Yeah.
Well-
Damian needs to win.
His big head little brother, JD McDonough's gonna come out. Tell me that's not Finn Balor's little brother, and I'll call you a liar.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they definitely are doing a Spider-Man meme.
Mhm. That's a fact.
But you look twice and it's like, well, wait a minute, nah, you're JD McDonough. I can recognize that.
Yeah, get out of here. You almost had me, not Finn Balor.
You got a little bit more head on you, huh?
And
little
you
bit
don't
more
got
heady.
90 abs. Get out of here.
We got Nia Jax taking on Bayley for WWE Women's Championship. I think the build to this has been kind of a all over the place. That whole loser leaves town stipulation that really led to nothing was a weird development. But I thought last night's stuff was very good. I thought Bayley's promo where she baited Tiffany into saying, no, what are you trying to say? You're saying I'm not good enough to beat her? Of course I'm good enough to beat her. And Nia the whole time like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And then they got into the beatdown segment, and afterwards Tiffany is standing over her with the briefcase looking like she's going to cash it in. All very good. I don't know if it was an accident, but Tiffany called Bayley Pam on TV, and that has been all over Twitter since.
Pam!
Pam, Bayley, whatever your name is, get over here.
Pam is such a funny name. What happens? Is Tiffany cashing in?
It does kind of feel like they're going to do the cash in. They've been teasing an awful lot, but they've also been teasing Nia as this terrible friend because she came back there the one week and she was saying, what happened to you? And before she can even explain, she started choking her and she was like, whoa.
I did like that though. I was a fan.
Listen, a lot of wrestling Twitter did, and this me too. A lot of wrestling Twitter did.
Me next.
But yeah, it does kind of feel like they're teasing that here. They're still continuing to build up the stuff with Bayley and the Big Three as well. Big Three are hosting this pay-per-view. I think there's going to be some kind of payoff to that because I do think that the War Games teams is probably going to be the Big Three and Bayley and Mia versus Nia and some other heels.
Yeah, so I mean, I if they're gonna lead to that, I could see Tiffany not cashing in yet because Tiffany would be on Nia's side in that. Maybe she cashes in after that,
Yeah,
like if Nia
I
gets
can
beat
see
down
that.
in that.
Yeah, right. Because if she cashes in tonight, then I don't see them teaming up at the War Games. So they need to still be in an alliance to necessitate the team for War Games.
And do you want to keep Tiffany babyface? Because if you cash in on Nia, then that's a babyface thing. Or keep her heel.
Yeah, I don't think
you want to keep her heel, right?
Right. I don't think they're gonna do it yet. I think they're playing a long game with this, which is a good thing because they don't do that very often. With the
Who's SmackDown Women's Champion?
Nia.
Jax.
And the other one's Bayley?
No, Nia's champion. Bayley's challenging Nia.
No, who's the other champion then? Who's Raw champion?
Liv Morgan.
I keep forgetting. I'm like, why doesn't Tiffany Stratton cash in on the other person? Because it's Liv Morgan. And I totally forgot about that because she's chasing Dom. This is why she needs to get away from that storyline. I keep forgetting who the other champion is.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Nia's gonna retain here. I don't see Bayley winning.
Too. I didn't understand when they gave Bayley the match, honestly. I was like, nobody believes that Bayley's gonna win though.
I thought they should have gave Naomi the match, honestly.
Right. Yeah. It would have it made more sense for the story, kind of, but
Yeah, but I can tell what they're doing though. They're trying to create this little bit of friction between Naomi and Bailey because Naomi's the only one in the big three that really fucks with Bailey. Like she's really her last friend. And every time she shows up, like they had the segment where they were talking and they started doing the A-Town stomp and Bailey tried to slide in there and Bianca's like, nah. Because Bianca still very much does not like Bailey.
They could possibly do my least favorite thing in the world tonight and have Bailey beat Nia and then Tiffany immediately cashes in on
That would
Bailey.
be
The
hilarious.
classic Charlotte Flair bit.
Yeah.
That
I can see
Bailey
that
has
happening.
done to Charlotte Flair.
Yeah, I can see that happening as well, but I'm not sure. I think
It
could go
shouldn't. I
either way.
hate that bit, but I could see them doing that.
Charlotte Flair returns tonight and takes it from everyone.
Charlotte
but-
Flair comes back and says, "That's my briefcase."
Actually.
But I mean, I think that would be a good way to keep Tiffany a heel. I think that's a
Right.
good way to keep her and Nia together. If she doesn't cash in on Nia, and she could easily
Mm-hmm.
be like, "I was never going to cash in on you. I was always waiting for my chance to cash in on Bailey."
Right. So it
And
could
Nia
that
would
could
be salty as
potentially
hell.
happen, and because they do have some heat on Bailey, we kind of hate seeing her lose again, and that would be a crappy way. I just don't want it, but that's the best way to keep Tiffany heel, which I think you need to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that. Have her cash in on Bailey after she pins Nia because Nia is a heel, and that could continue the friction. Like, but that's I'm supposed to get a rematch. You couldn't wait to have my
Right.
girl. I'm gonna choke
Yeah.
you again.
So yeah, I mean, it could go either way. I think either way, Bailey is not walking out of bad blood as champion.
No, that's it. Yes, that's the moral of the story. Bailey's not gonna have a belt at the end of this.
No. Of course, we got the match we talked about as well. Liv Morgan will be taking on Rhea Ripley in a Women's World Championship match, which will be a shark cage match.
Okay, do they do 2 women's matches and 2 non-new winners back to back?
I don't think Rhea's going to win, but that's why I also kind of feel like there's a very good chance we get to cash in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
I'm
could
like
be
thinking
a
about
swerve
this.
of some sort.
I'm like, both women's titles are on the line. Like that doesn't.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
kinda-
a PLE. To be honest with you, I really expect titles to change hands.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're getting the chances of us getting the cash in to me are higher than Rhea winning here. I think Rhea's going to lose because I do think that Raquel is going to come back and she's going to side with Liv. Raquel and Liv have history together. Raquel and Rhea have history together. I think Raquel is going to come back and help Liv Morgan win.
That's
Why
why
would you
Dom
help
is
Liv
trapped.
Morgan?
Because remember the entire time when Rhea was champion, Raquel tried to challenge her more than once as a babyface. Raquel and Liv used to be a tag team.
And they're gonna keep telling you, Cresta, that Rhea's never gonna have women friends. That's her thing.
Yeah, and Raquel. I mean, come on, Raquel is. Yeah, I that's why I kind of feel like it's happening. We
Yo,
just got.
Charlotte Flair don't got no female friends, and she champion all the time. Stop it,
Oh, remember that time when she told us that Oscar was her friend?
girl. Remember that time she made us believe Basie Bevins was her friend? I remember. No, girl.
Right, and she had a friend that she had homegirl that used to walk around with her everywhere. That's now on TNA. Dana Brooke.
Becky Lynch with the
Oh yeah, I was like, who? Ash by Elegance.
My mom said if you have nothing nice to say, say nothing at all. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic, baby. Continue.
But yeah, I have no. I don't know. The shark cage stipulation.
WCW boots, bro.
Yeah.
It rarely not booked in a very silly way, and I do think this is going to end up with something silly with Dom doing something goofy to try to get out of the cage, and
Right.
but I don't think that this is the end of this feud because, like I said, they don't have anybody else built up for either of these women to wrestle afterwards. I think it makes all the sense in the world for the feud to keep going, even though I don't want it to. And I think that this is
PLEs with that match would be crazy.
yeah, I do think that this is where Raquel comes back.
Yeah.
Darn, I agree with you. These are very sound logic paths. Again, I'm here for the Dominic on a pole match. This should have been happened a while ago. For custody of Dominic, this should have been happened a while ago. This should have been happened a while ago. That being said, I I feel bad for Rhea and Liv the most because I feel like you guys are way doper than to be feuding over Dominic fucking Mysterio.
Yeah.
And like you said, Phil, there's nowhere for
Amen.
either one of these ladies to go after. Are you going to fight Ivy Nile? Or are you going to fight Bianca Belair? Like, what are we doing here? I mean, Rhea versus Bianca. I want to see that. But like, what are you going to do, Liv? You're going to...
They don't have anything set up. They got to start setting them up. That's why they might just lead this thing to Royal Rumble and then just cheat into it. I'm not mad
Tiffany
at it.
Stratton versus Liv Morgan. Who's blonder?
I mean, Io's been killing it. You could put Io in a feud with either of them, but at this point, I don't see Io winning that.
No.
And that's sad because in my mind, if you put Io versus Liv Morgan, Io should beat the brakes off of Liv Morgan for storyline purposes because you're frustrated with what's going on with Damage Control. Y'all got rid of the dead weight and you're still dead weight. So I would beat up Liv Morgan for free, but I don't think that would happen.
Yeah. I think they're trying to build up Io and Kyrie as challengers for Bianca and Jade as well. And I would not be surprised if we at some point get Naomi and Bayley versus Bianca and Jade as well.
I could see that. I'd be corny as hell, but I could see that.
I would not be surprised by that. But yeah. Our last match, which is the big match. Cody Rhodes will be teaming up with Roman Reigns to take on Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu in a tag team match. I think this should be a good match. I think it's big for Jacob. He's in a big storyline match. He's in a big main event. This is Cody coming back to his hometown, King of the South, doing what he does best. And Roman's going to get his big entrance. He's going to come out and do the big moves. It should be fun for everybody.
Yeah, what this show's been set up for, they're gonna get that. They got the Fast and the Furious cut scene where they both talked about driving up with 7 cars or whatever. Roman has gotten big pops. Cody's gotten over there in Atlanta. Cody's got to talk about his dad. Like all the moments they hit him, and I think the match is going to hit too because of the buzz that Cody created. Like people are going to be waiting around for The Rock, and I think it's going to add a lot of excitement to this. And beyond that, Jacob's going to keep getting over and keep having those moments where he hits that hot tag thing where he looks like the fucking baddest motherfucker in the world. He's going to get over more. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I think of course, I think Team Cody and Roman are probably going to pick up the win here.
Yes.
I don't see Jacob taking the pin. I do think the Solo is going to eat the pin. That's feed even more to my theory. It feeds even more to my theory that The Rock is going to show up because Solo has been losing the last few times. And I don't think that he's going to be happy that Roman Reigns sided with Cody Rhodes against their family.
Damn, Solo, you beasted to be tribal chief. Every time I turn around, you lose it with no shoes on. What's happening, Solo?
It's gonna be bad when Rock pulls up. Hey, this
Now,
wasn't our plan.
Spank you? Big Oos gotta spank you? Damn.
But yeah, Roman and Cody, I can't see. They're not gonna pin Cody, and Roman not in a gazillion years would get pinned.
Oh, Roman ain't pinned. Do the who? No, I don't care if it's my cousin. I don't care.
Solo.
This is Roman's first big match back. They're not losing. I don't see it.
Would be very shocking if they did.
Maybe to my own son, I would do the job, and that's my cousin. Fuck that guy.
Not to Solo.
No, I don't see it. Yeah, should be a fun match. Very short, concise pay-per-view.
Yep, because they got to get off before the UFC pay-per-view starts. They have that thing now.
Yeah, and they're starting early, correct?
It starts at 3 my time.
Oh, that's right. The UFC and WWE are one now. They're like, you're not fucking with my matches.
So they got to coordinate. So yeah, it's pretty soon.
Yeah, coming up soon. Got any more super chats?
Yeah, we have a bunch actually. Hey, what's over there says really hope that MVP takes Bowens away from Billy Gunn and Max.
Yeah, I agree. Every time I've heard somebody introduce this idea, I'm like, yeah, Bowens with them. That's the move, and man.
I ain't mad at that. I will say, as someone who consistently shits on Max Caster for free because I'm part of the hate club, I want something more for the Acclaimed. off the strength that you guys are an AEW original, like Private Party. So even if I personally think like, oh, that guy's corny, I still think that there is something. There has to be something. I don't know. I feel like there's something there that you could use, like Private Party. There's a good tag team there. Just
what more is there to do with them is my argument to that. They've had a lengthy run as tag champions. They've been trios champions. I think you've got about everything you're gonna get out of this. They had a pretty good run as heels. They got
Billy Gunn back in the spotlight. They did it.
They had a very popular run as baby faces. I think that you've gotten everything you're gonna get out of the Acclaim, to be honest. I think it's time to end it.
Bowens needs a single run, even if it isn't attached to MVP or somebody. Like he's ready for it.
Bowens with Nana. Ooh,
you need to do something.
I'd pop.
Just Ricardo says, "Money, cuz Miss Cresta rules. Stay classy."
Thank you. All money goes to Reg and Phil's hat fund.
Hat collection. Hey, what's over there? Says, my theory is that HBK speaks jive.
Stop. What you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
What you mean by that?
I mean, I'm sure I mean, I do too. Will Chisholm says, I don't get some fans mad WWE's and rap for their WWE shows. Sorry, it's not 1998 to 2002 rock anymore. LOL.
All right.
Yeah, and they were using rap back then as well. DX had a whole Run DMC record, like
the King of
Trish Stratus did Little Kim's theme song.
Yeah, exactly. They've been having
the other way around
things for a long time. Y'all not gonna do this to aggression. Matt Logan says, Reg, heard you on Busted Open. Now that's dope, Matt. I appreciate you listening to that.
Yeah.
Caleb Cassidy says, happy 3 years, guys. Appreciate that. Hey, what's over there says, y'all think that Bane could be the third woman in Diona's mobile faction, Megan Bane?
I don't know, but that'd be cool.
Who's in there with Dion? Oh, Taya.
Dion and Taya, yeah. I like them together.
TNA.
Cute.
Hey, what's over there also says Swole won that feud that got Britt over, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I'm of that opinion too. I felt that Swole really got Britt over. When Britt first got into AEW, people was cooking her shit. They were cooking her out her boots. That Swole Britt feud during the pandemic, when she said, I will show up at your job, I was like, you better talk, Swole. You better. It's a travesty.
No, that was definitely the thing that got her over his heel, that feud. And I don't think that Swole gets the credit for that.
Right.
Yeah. Britt Baker was in a freaking cast.
That match, man, that's one of like when they look back in history. Yeah, when they look back in history, that's gonna be something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was wasn't it the first women's cinematic match for that company?
In the dentist's office.
Yeah, because they haven't had one for the women in WWE really either. I think it was the only one during that time period that was with the women.
I can't think of another cinematic match besides the Boneyard one and the John Cena one. And even the John Cena one was towards the end of the pandemic era with Bray Wyatt.
Yeah.
What a weird time that we were
getting all those broken Matt Hardy things and
cinematic matches.
But broken Matt Hardy's things were out there, but I could at least get down with the Lakers. I knew what it was. You know what I mean? I knew what it was. I knew if I was watching a broken Matt Hardy match, I knew what I was getting.
Will Chisholm says, with Jordan Gray still up in the first of 2025, and she says she's closing her OnlyFans at the end of 2024, I think we know where she might be going.
I didn't know she said she was closing OnlyFans. That seems like it's a hint, nudge, wink, wink.
Yep.
Get your money, Miss Grace. I'm not mad at that. I love her. Yeah. Get your money.
Well deserved. Will Chisholm also says, what y'all think of Machine Guns in the main roster? I feel like they're taking the Lucha Bros place. Just a thought.
Motors.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Rich?
Oh, I don't know. Last time I said something about it, people were really mad at me. Even though I was right.
That happens pretty often where, you or I will say something and people will get really mad and then it ends up happening.
They didn't go and find that tweet and say, hey, we're sorry for calling you a big dumb idiot, though.
No.
Why would I apologize?
This dude, he started some stuff with us and then also was like, you guys have bad taste. Why don't you go write another paragraph about Motor City Machine Guns, which I'm just like, he didn't write a paragraph. He just didn't like what he said.
That's it.
And he was right.
And I was right. Look at it. Going
Hey,
to the
man.
main roster like they fucking should.
They shouldn't be on NXT. I mean,
Agreed.
I think this was always the move. I don't know why anybody would have thought, why anybody realistically wanted them to go down there.
People were in my comments like, they want to. I'm like, what do you mean they want to?
You don't know that. You don't know these people. Who told you they want to go down there? They
Right?
called you and
Like,
told you that?
Why are you saying that?
Why
What are
would
you
you
talking
put an
about?
established team like Motor City Machine Guns and NXT, who a lot of tag teams copy their whole swag, bar for bar, word for word, be astronomically fucking for real?
I mean, the main there you can build up teams for them to wrestle. The main team for them to wrestle is as good as I think Fraxium has been. People forget they're a hodgepodge tag team. As good as they've been, they're a thrown together tag team. All of the tag teams for them to wrestle are on the main roster.
Like the end game of Faxium is to break up because they're two singles wrestlers together.
Maybe
they continue to tease it. Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone keeps chasing the bar. Like, you put these two guys together and you name them the Hat, and they could be a new thing. Like, the bar is not happening again. Pack it up.
Yeah, I think right now, like, they make the most sense on the main roster. DIY, all of the big teams. You got the Vikings are coming back soon. That's where they should be.
Like, why wouldn't you have one of the greatest tag team of all time up here with these guys on the tag team division that needs it? I was confused.
Sports confused, I was.
Devil Kazuya 27 says, so who is the Costco guy going to wrestle in AEW?
I have no idea who this Costco guy is, but he's constantly on my timeline, and I don't really get it. It makes me feel low because I don't understand any of this.
He's going to wrestle either QT Marshall or fucking Paul White.
Or Cole Cabana. I think Cole Cabana is probably who's going to wrestle.
Yeah, somebody like that. Luis Polito says, Tangaloa tiptoeing the ladder was funny as fuck. Good on him getting that moment.
Yeah.
Jess Ricardo says, happy 3 years, guys. Appreciate that, Ricardo. Hey, what's over there says, if Drew doesn't get back out real glass or a cinder block, I'm going to be pissed.
Can you imagine Drew going to the camera? You see that? Real glass.
He definitely would try it.
Honestly, yes. Yes, God.
Well, Chisholm says, I love Bianca, still don't like Bailey.
Yeah, I love that she is definitely sticking to this because Damage Control was a thorn in her side forever. And so I can see why she would just be like, nah, y'all like Bailey? Nah, I'm gonna Bailey.
People
They
don't
fucked
forget.
for like 2 years.
Like, y'all just forgot they were beating me up every day, like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, nah, I'm good.
And then hey, what's over there says, you guys saw that Conan said about like Vikingo, and I thought he would have learned about speaking on contracts.
I did not see that, but Vikingo is heading back. He has some injury issues, but he is heading back to the ring.
Yep, he got some matches scheduled this month. Should be very exciting.
Again, the match I want to see before Conan starts running things. Give me the Ricochet match.
Rick O'Shea, stop playing with me. Sorry.
Ricky, wait, that match, they might be in a match together. I know that they're booked for
Ricochet and Vikingo.
Ricochet's booked for Japan, and he's tag teaming with Sema. And I think Vikingo, I don't know, something. They're gonna lock it up somewhere.
Yeah.
That's all of our super chats. Appreciate y'all. That was dope.
Yeah, I saw someone say that this probably wasn't the original plan to send them to the main roster. That vignette they aired definitely felt very, very rushed. I didn't even know it was a vignette at first. It looked like a Mazda commercial. I was like, what is this? They got cars. They're showing Detroit. What is this for? And then they put the coming soon. And then I was like, oh, this is a vignette.
You think because your boy Hunter be listening to everything he saw my tweet?
No, it does lead credence to some people that believe that Lucha Bros were supposed to come to the main roster, and because some time got added to Ray Phoenix and Penta's contracts, that they had to fill that spot.
Right. Yeah, that does make sense.
That you said that does to me. That doesn't make sense because I don't trust WWE's plans for nothing. Jesus.
Oh, I think it's going to be a fucking disaster, but I'm letting these people live. They don't like tag team wrestling up there, and they never will.
That's what I'm saying too. Like, no matter who goes to that main roster, you're either going to get dog time or they're going to break you up, which is very unfortunate.
Honestly, it probably would have worked out better for them to go to NXT because they do kind of like tag team wrestling over there. But on the main roster, like, what are the Raw belts? Like, the Raw champions in the singles match tonight. Like, that's how bad.
And the SmackDown tag team champions.
They don't even care about tag team belts so much.
I mean, I told you guys the tag belts have not been defended on a pay-per-view since WrestleMania.
Yeah. Disgusting. And again, another one. This one where they could have been defended. That tag team
the ladder match, and the ladder match was very good. They could have been.
Like, why wouldn't you have a ladder match on this show? It doesn't make sense.
Also, to be fair, though, I wouldn't want to go to NXT too. Look what y'all did to GYV. What the fuck was that?
It don't seem like nobody know how to do anything with GYV at this point.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know what's going on with them. Remember when I asked what's going on with them, and people like, oh, well, it makes some more sense to do this. And I was like, okay, cool.
I've seen it happen in AEW, and I've seen it happen in TNA, and I'm at the point where, like, please.
Like, Denise thinks I'm trolling because I was on the show like, Grizzly Young Vets are so great. They're all this. And like, she's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, dope. They're good if they're given the fucking opportunity, but nobody will ever give them the opportunity. It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand. I don't. And then when you see them wrestle, you're like, wow, these guys are really good.
They're amazing.
They're great.
We got one more super chat, and then Dex Baker says, nothing to add, take my money. Appreciate that, Dex.
Period.
That's amazing.
Appreciate you. I believe, we got a bunch of super chats here. Okay. Tony P says the ladder match was a fun match. It had some cool spots and had a clean finish, which shocked me. However, I love the dumpster match. Chelsea is a damn hooper, does crazy shit for the love of the game. Yeah, I think the dumpster match was great. That finish of the sit-out power bomb that Mia did through the table into the dumpster looked really cool.
Very cool and innovative.
Yeah, I thought it was a very fun match.
Mm-hmm.
Chelsea Green is so talented. If you guys want to see how sick, she's a literal sicko. Watch her stuff on TNA. She is so good. And the fact that she's just over here doing the goofiest shit when I know she really gives it up, I live. I see her with 2 tables in a TNA match with Deonna Purrazzo. I walked up like, that's nothing. That's I eat those. Like,
yeah, no, she's good.
Remember,
crazy Canadian.
Remember that period where those reports would pop up and it would be of one of these Chelsea Green pitches where she was trying to get anything get on TV and people were just talking about her so bad, like, oh, she's so desperate. I'm like, nah, man. Chelsea's a hustler, man.
That's what a wrestler's supposed to do. You're supposed to like.
She is a hustler, bro. And
also, no shade. Her husband's Matt Cardona. What? Yeah. Be for real.
Yeah,
you know what they doing at home. They probably got a whiteboard in their room, just like,
yeah,
we're gonna do this, and then you should do this, and then you should do this, just because that's how they get down with their business. Like,
yeah. More from Tony P. He says her and Matt are meant for each other, which is basically what we're saying. Her and Matt are meant for each other indeed. Her and Mia need gold. Also, it seems like they were really heavy-handed in telling people Charlotte is coming back tomorrow or soon or another championship. I didn't get that. Did you guys see that?
Charlotte could be coming back? I said Charlotte. I don't think she's coming back, but Charlotte has been posting on her social media. OD. She's a monster.
I see her.
Go ahead.
I see her tweet a lot about women's basketball, but not so much about like coming back. Like a lot of her rehab and basketball stuff. That's what I see her posting about the most.
Yeah, I see rehab mostly on her IG.
I feel like I don't know if there's a space for her to come back tonight. Like, where would she even?
No. Yeah, I know that there was the rumor that she could be ready by November, but I don't know how close she is. But it could, I don't know, it could go either way.
She is ready. I'd put her out there, and that's me.
I do think it would be very, very ironic if Bayley does win tonight and the person that saves her from getting cashed on in is Charlotte, because of course Bayley cashed in on Charlotte, and Charlotte has been cashed in on by multiple Money in the Bank winners. So I do think that would be very, very funny.
Charlotte don't help nobody. Knock it off.
That's why I'm thinking that Bayley might get cashed in on, because that's a Charlotte bit, right? Like, they want to do this bit on Charlotte, but she ain't here, so they'll do it on Bayley.
Yeah, Charlotte's coming back as a baby face. Yeah, Cresta. There's no way she's not. She's gonna get a huge pop when she comes back.
I agree with you, but Charlotte Flair has the same problem MJF has, and even Randy Orton has to an extent. Bro, you're such a good heel. When you tell me that you're gonna do good things, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't like Charlotte as baby face either because she's such a good heel.
I agree, she's a better heel, but she's definitely gonna get cheered when she comes back. And I think the good thing about this is she's given people enough time to miss her, unfortunately, because of the injury. And I think because of that, people are gonna be happy to see her.
She's gonna cut one promo. We're like,
that's the thing, though. She's so smug, though, that you're like, all right, I don't like this lady, though.
She's a good heel. She's a great.
I'm happy that your leg's fixed, but damn, I hate you.
Yeah, you're a jerk. Like,
I still will never get over. She was out there cutting that promo, and she was just like, "You boo me." Still funny to me.
And that's not even the top. Bro, remember when she was in a promo battle with Alexa Bliss and she said, woo. And Alexa Bliss said, that's not even your thing. Charlotte looked at her and said, I know you're not talking about people not using their own thing. I was like, Charlotte.
No, you don't want to get in one with Teflon Donna. She'll light you up.
She's like, my father is Richard Flair. Stop playing with me.
Man, know what she'd have been. She'd have been in them trenches.
I don't know. I think that pop would last for 2-3 shows, and it's like, boo Charlotte, boo, boo this bitch.
Yeah. Filipino, yes, she was a baby face when she said that. She like, wait a minute, you're booing me,
right?
You booing me. That was so funny. One more from Tony P. He says NXT was predictable, expecting when it came to the endings of especially when it came to the ending of the women's matches. I am shocked, but not shocked Julia lost. No, I think it was a bit too soon to put the belt on Julia, especially with what they're currently doing with Roxanne and making her like this big obstacle with all of these women gunning for her. I don't think she's gonna lose. I could see her carrying it at least to the end of the year.
I feel like that too. I'm ready for. They're gonna introduce Julia to the roster and the fans and all that, and get her acclimated with the American style before they put the belt on her. I don't think it's her time. Like people are like genuinely shocked on mother. I can't believe they do the Hogan thing with Roxanne too, and I'm like, you guys, stop doing that.
Stop with this Hogan analogy. Stop it, please.
Hogan's
Stop.
not the end all the be all. F him.
There's some other people that were doing some shoveling too, man. But yeah, that's not. No.
Cut it out, please. Cut it out.
I think Roxanne, an NXT developmental wrestler's the same.
Come on now,
Hulk Hogan.
Like, be for real. Wasn't she like the last women's champion from Ring of Honor? You really think she's Hogan in it?
Like he's holding people down. Yeah, like no, I'm keeping this belt. That's not how this works.
No.
You think she books herself? Be for real.
I'm keeping this. Hey, you're losing tonight. No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Shawn Michaels.
You know what, Mr. Hickenbottom? That actually doesn't work for me at all. Respectfully, brother.
Yeah, sorry.
See from Tyrone Kidd, he says, "Congrats to the Grap." From Reg with his lace front dread cap.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Take your hat off. Take your hat off, Reg.
It's coming. It's coming.
the OTC Phil, Queen of No Chill Cresta, and one Bill Will. Y'all made my news magical. Keep it up. My favorite might be Grapsody live in Chicago with all the cameos and the LeBron slander. LOL.
LeBron slander.
Tony P says here, however, with Delta and Steph coming in, I can't shake the feeling that they are going to do the same thing they did with Trick Williams, leading into a 4-way for a championship. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's another reason why I feel like they're holding off, because I do think they're going to do like a big multi-women match, and Roxanne's going to end up losing it, but not getting pinned for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a better way to go. As long as they get the belt off of her, she just doesn't come out and be like, I don't want this anymore. I'm going up there. Like,
yeah,
find out a way. It feels like she's been set up because she's already been in a couple of the multi-women scramble type matches, and she barely got out of there. But like the next one or one coming up, she won't be able to get out of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Side note, I'm kind of dead ass about those lace front Grapsody hats now, because I would take them with some faux dreads.
Listen, this is all just preparation. I wear hats on here all the time, so when it's real, nobody will ever know.
Listen, when
my
I come up in here
God.
with dreads, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody.
No, when they're attached to my
God.
new Grapsody cap, don't say shit.
You like the hat? I got it from Grapsody.
Yo.
Hairline.
See, more from Tony P says, now I have a fun question. An equal trade for an equal trade. You can trade for people that can fit into WWE as a charismatic character and win the crowd over with ring work in AEW. Continue with next one for full context without changing anything about them and still be a star. For the men, women, and tag, he says Willow for Rhea, KO for Ricky, Prophet. I mean, Ricky just got there. You mean Ricky Starks? I'm sorry.
Why are you sending Willow away for fucking Rhea Ripley? No trade. I'm not. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's his ideas. Let him get his ideas off. Profits for Lucha Bros. Their present is still in AEW. LOL. With that said, thank you for brightening up weekends for me. Happy anniversary, fellas.
Appreciate that.
It's not all terrible, but I would tweak something.
I mean, the big one for me and the guys I've wanted to go over there for the longest, and I feel like Malachi wants to go back. Trade Finn Balor for Malachi. Get Finn Balor in AEW. I think that's
for Mally. Yeah. You know what my man is. You know who my man is. Old Kevin Owens. Has to be Kevin Owens, you guys. Like, send him over. I don't care who comes from the other side. Just send me Kevin Owens. You can have anybody else from this side. Kenny Omega included. No, I'm kidding. But no, Kevin Owens is very high up there. I'd probably trade him for, like, I don't know, anybody.
Trade him for Miro.
Miro. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect example.
I would double down with Reg on I just forgot this man's name. Don't do
Kevin Owens.
Yeah, don't do jazz cigarettes, ladies and gentlemen. I would trade Kevin Owens for Ricky Starks because I think that's a fair trade. You're getting charisma for charisma, and you're getting in-ring for in-ring. I could see the Rhea trade, but I think the women's roster needs her a lot more. Rather than Malachi, I would bring Zelina over for Mariah May because I think Mariah May's presentation would be better on the main roster. Not too jazzed on the Lucha Bros, but I would probably switch the Acclaimed for a New Day or for there's no other tag teams. So for a New Day, I would probably switch the Acclaim for a New Day because I could see you making something out of nothing with the Acclaimed on the Fed roster, even on the NXT roster. I could see that happen, and I could see you
that Willow and Rhea trade is insane. Like, I like Willow a lot. She's amazing. She's number 2 on the BW 500, but like Rhea's like a top 3 or 4 star in that whole company.
You
like,
can't trade
that
her.
would be a terrible trade.
I don't think that's a fair trade for WWE. I think Willow would do well over there, but I don't.
Willow, she'd do great, but like Rhea Ripley, dude, that's crazy.
Rhea Ripley's their female Rock at the moment.
She's this company's hers. What do you mean? That's be insane.
Becky Lynch the man at this point. Like, yeah, you're not getting rid of her. I'm not fucking leaving.
But I feel you. I understand what you're
saying. Tag team.
I'll take DIY.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
Yeah, I'll take DIY for I don't want to trade nobody though.
Not even QTTV.
I'm taking. I ain't giving.
That's where tag teams go to die. We'll give you 2 single stars. You give us a tag team.
How about that? Yeah, exactly. No, you can't have my tag teams.
Trying to think. Boy, I would love to see what Street Profits would do somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think Street Profits would do very well in AEW too.
Only reason I objected to it because I still think there's still something for a singles Montez run. I'm hoping at least.
They keep teasing us with it.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I feel like they keep being like, hey, maybe. And then like we'll get a little Bianca will be like, yeah, my husband wants to. And it's like, why y'all keep playing with us? Like, are you going to do it? Yes or no? And there was a time when I was like, never break up the Street Profits. It's great. They blah, blah, blah. But now I'm like, dog, you should have broke them up 6 months ago. Like, what's going on here?
Montez Ford versus Anthony Bowens would go crazy though.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I would take the Street Profits for the Lucha Bros. I think Street Profits versus like Private Party would be insane. Street Profits versus Top Flight.
Oh, that would be so good.
Come on, man.
My only problem with the Lucha Bros coming to WWE is going to be like, okay, do you want to be a part of LWO or do you want to be a part of Delgado del Fantasma or whatever his name is? Like, I don't want to do any of that. Okay,
They
maybe
put
you didn't
them in any of
understand
those
me.
groups, I'm gonna be mad.
Maybe you didn't understand. You want to be part of the LWO or you want to be part of this. And I don't want that. I don't want that. And who are they going to wrestle? The New Day? The Usos?
Yeah.
They better get the Usos back together if they're getting these teams too. Like if the Motor City Machine Guns are really showing up, like
we need
like get the band back together.
I agree. But that's
If the Motor City Machine Guns are showing up, like one of the dream matches against the Usos, you got to do something about this.
We need more tag teams in the Fed, period. Nobody tag team wrestles?
Yeah. For the women, give me Candice for Britt Baker.
That's not a fair trade. That is not a fair trade.
I think Britt would do very well over there, and I think Candice
for AEW, get rid of.
I think Candice would fit very well with what AEW does. She has a history of doing like the hardcore matches. I think she is very underrated in the ring as well. I think I would take Candice because they clearly don't have a plan for Candice over there.
Phil wouldn't take this trade if he was on WWE side, but I would go for Asuka.
Asuka not going over there, man.
I know, but I'm like,
they in business with Stardom. Nah, she ain't going there.
But aren't they more in business with the person that she hates where she work at now? Though?
I mean, she ain't got no control of it. You saw how she looked at that picture when standing there.
Oh, that picture is hella funny. She's like, well, now y'all gonna have me out here with my ops? That's crazy.
Nah, bro, Asuka over there would be.
I'm telling you.
But Asuka would have to be champion, and I love AEW, but I'm so critical of how they book their women's division. It's like outside of maybe Britt, Tony, and Willow, kind of, sort of, some of the time. What are we doing?
Bro, that not just the thought of Asuka against the wrestlers over there, but the thought of Asuka going back to Japan and wrestling in the Dome or wrestling like Corrigan Hall for like New Japan, bro.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I don't think it's gonna happen, but
that's why I'm like that's way
like a dream one. Like I probably would pick Asuka.
Oh, that's not a bad shout. Asuka for Thunder Rosa. I wouldn't be mad at that because I think Thunder Rosa could do some good work in WWE. But that's if who's Thunder Rosa gonna wrestle in WWE? Hold on.
She got plenty of stuff she could do over there. I just
she'd be a good match against Bianca, Rhea.
She could wrestle anybody over there.
No, she would do well over there.
I'm thinking about who she like. I think Thunder Rosa's a great dance partner. Not everyone is going to be a great dance. Thunder Rosa wrestles stiff. I've never wrestled that woman. I could tell she wrestles stiff.
No, but that's why I think like Thunder Rosa. Oh, there's plenty of people she can wrestle over there. Io, Asuka. I mean.
Anybody match. Charlotte.
But I mean,
put Nia Jax with Swanna Bomb.
Yeah. Let's just face it. Becky is going back.
Yeah.
Thunder Rosa versus Becky is a great feud.
That would be real cute. That would be real cute. That would be. Bloody.
I don't think Thunder's gonna. I don't think Thunder would be the one though. These are all hypotheticals, I guess. We're talking.
Yeah, guys, we just be shooting our. What does Reg say? We getting our jokes off.
No. Yeah. I think that's all of them. We got all of his options. Appreciate you, Tony P. And he's
CM Punk to AEW.
Oh, he's got one more. He says, "Oh, and Reg, you were right about NWA. It happened earlier than expected."
Yeah, listen, my timeline was a little bit off, but
yeah, I think life comes at you fast.
I mean, Billy Corgan would say he's never leaving, but I don't think you could dictate that.
Yeah. He also says he meant that I felt that Willow deserves a world title match against May because before the blow-off match with Chris at All Out, Willow was always getting the best of Chris in most of the meetings since Owen started. Before Chris won the final match. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she did. She does.
Yeah. Our last Humper chat from Jess Ricardo. He says, "Story time. Last week, Cresta said something very nice to me. What she doesn't know is that." Sorry, wait. Let me start this over. He says, "Last week, Cresta said something very nice to me. What she doesn't know is that life over the past few weeks sucked a fat one. I needed to hear something nice. Kindness costs nothing, but it's priceless to someone who needs it."
Bruh, I don't want to bring down the chat, but like I lost my cat of 21 years the past 2 weeks. That's why I've been away. But kindness is my shit. And I'd rather be kind and lead with kindness, even if you're a stranger on the internet, because I don't know what you're going through. You could be one step closer to the edge and you were about to break. So why me, a fucking nerd on the internet, is gonna take extra time to be a dick to you? You got this, homie.
Yeah.
Big
that is all of our Humper chats. Our last big topic is big AEW. We had a big week, celebrated their 5-year anniversary. It's kind of crazy to me that not just as that coincides with our anniversary, but a lot of stuff with our podcast coincides with AEW. There are a lot of big moments for that company that coincide with what our existence as a podcast. I mean, part of the reason we started our podcast was Punk's debut at Rampage, and so many other things linked to that. And we may or may not know a guy that works there. But yeah, I just think there's so many things linked to my fandom from 2018 up in AEW and the Elite, and just seeing the success that they've had as a company for 5 years has been really, really cool. But the best way to celebrate this anniversary was to finally announce this TV deal and prove once and for all that they're going to be a profitable company. So,
yeah, this came at AEW in general came at the right perfect time. Told you guys a million times I wouldn't like wrestling as much as I do if AEW didn't start at the perfect time. They started 2 days before Brock Lesnar throttled Kofi Kingston, and that's probably the angriest I've ever been as a wrestling fan. And AEW came at the perfect time. It got me to, like Phil saying, Phil and Will essentially did a podcast about AEW, and that kind of led to the development of this. So like there's so many things attached to that company, attached to our podcast, attached to opportunities I've getting, like bucket list on my bucket list is like having a wrestler come out to my theme song. And like, I never thought in a million years that would be an option, but like I've seen that before, like a couple times because of AEW. My song is in a wrestling video game because of AEW. Like I have a lot of personal stock in them. So you call me what you want, do what you want, but they've done a lot for me. And I've got a lot of homies that work there, and I'm happy for all them, and I'm happy everybody got a big bag, and it's great for the wrestling business beyond that. A lot of friends they have a new vested interest in pro wrestling because there's different places to go, different places to get paid. You could get paid more and not have to go to WWE. It's just opened up a wide lane for people who were kind of down on the business as a whole. So it's better for the wrestling business.
Yeah.
I agree. I started watching wrestling in a 2018 Money in the Bank, and the pandemic happened like that next year. And I was like, holy shit, I was enthralled with wrestling, but quickly was like, this is what y'all be watching every week? Hey, yo, like, I get it, but like, I don't. AEW really came at a good time. No, I'm so for real. Like, my little brother explaining to me that Becky Lynch doing, like, I've been tapping bitches out for weeks. I deserve a title shot. For Vince McMahon to go, here's Charlotte Flair, for him to explain to me what Charlotte Flair is and Charlotte Flair. And then for her to do it like 4 other times in the short period I've been watching wrestling, I was like, God damn. You know what this match needs? Charlotte Flair. Like, hey, wasn't she injured? What the? So yes, AEW, honestly.
What you think?
That was a good impression, Phil. What the fuck? That threw me all the way off.
Charlotte Flair.
And then she walked out like, yes, it is me. Like, man, what the fuck do you mean? Yes. You got me no shame. Charlotte
Flair.
Yeah, but a few details from the TV deal via Fightful Select. $5 and all the news and scoops you can get. Also, you get Ask Grapsody every other Thursday. They are going to be simulcasting soon. I think that's going to start in January. They're going to simulcast AEW Dynamite and Collision, which I'm pretty excited about. I think that's dope. I'm wondering if they're going to be a part of a specific package with Max, like the BR package they have for the basketball. They haven't really said so yet, but I'm assuming it's a part of the main package. They're also going to offer the pay-per-views on Max at a discounted rate. Trying to find the exact amount there. According to Variety, it's supposed to be worth near $150 million per year, which is pretty big. They have doubled their TV deal over the last 5 years. So I think it's a big testament to where they are as a company, the imprint that they've made both in this industry and the way they started to creep into pop culture. And we're going to see more of that. We saw some of the DC Comics stuff. We've seen, more and more stuff outside of wrestling bubble lately. So sounds like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, the best thing probably for me off the announcement is the simulcast thing, because I've fought and clawed to find this show as a cord cutter. Trying to find TNT and TBS is fucking frustrating. So to be able to get just on some streaming service, Max specifically, and watch AEW is going to change everything. And if the library's involved too, which they said it potentially could happen, it's all in. That's a perfect deal for me. Like, if you don't go up too much, like, I'm sure you're going to raise the price, but if you don't get up for more than $20, then we're good here.
Yeah, according to the Fightful Select report, right now plans is to have the Dynamite, Collision, and Rampage full library on Max. There's also the rumor that Rampage is going away, which is also around the pending rumor about AEW Shockwave potentially going to the Fox network. According to Luis, Variety updated their article. It is worth $185 million per year.
God,
get your money, Tony Khan. Like, get this.
That's crazy.
I don't want to hear AEW broke. AEW did look like they broke. They was left off a bad
185 of them thingers a year for a 5-year-old company is like,
that's
you guys don't understand this, dog. Like, even when WCW was kicking WWE's ass, that was off of something. They were bought off of a company to some niggas with money to like all kinds of different stuff. This is a brand new company from scratch. And in 5 years, they're becoming profitable. That's unimaginable.
Yeah,
people
really
have tried
happened
for the last 40 years to do this and have been shut down.
Yeah. There is a contingency of fans that thinks, all right, now that they have the streaming platform, why do you still have to pay for pay-per-views? Why are they still behind a paywall? But that's that matches what the business model is for something like UFC and other things. And I'm still not so convinced that WWE will not eventually start making us pay for pay-per-views, especially
Nick Khan is chomping at the bit every time a pay-per-view come out. I know he is.
Especially now with, TKO and just like they've got to see how this is working with UFC.
UFC have a streaming service through ESPN or something, ESPN Plus, which you have to pay extra. But then they still, for their big shows, they'll still charge like $85 for a UFC pay-per-view on top of the stuff that you're charging. I'm like, there's no way that WWE is not going to try to get at least some of that model eventually. There's no way. Like, every time I watch a WrestleMania for free for the last 10 years, I'm like, I can't believe I'm getting away with this. Like, why are you guys
paying it for free? You're just paying for it cheaper. You're paying for it.
You're paying for it. But like this year, I watched it with my $2 a month Peacock service. So it's like,
Now, I think the biggest thing about this, I don't mind necessarily still paying for the pay-per-views, but it depends on how much the pay-per-view is costing.
Right.
What is this quote unquote discounted rate? Because if it's on Max and it's still like $40 or $50,
$40, I'm like,
you guys
$10 discount ain't a discount.
Because I'm like, bro, like I remember when pay-per-views were $60. Okay, I guess I can rationalize that in my mind. You talk about $80 for a pay-per-view? Yo ho ho, bitch, I'm about to be a pirate. Ain't no way.
The issue is the market has been fucked up since 2014. When I love them for it, when WWE came out with the network and they started offering their pay-per-views for $10. I'm not paying anybody else more than $10 if the biggest show in the world is giving it up for 10. When TNA would have a $39, I'm like, dog, WWE's paying $10 and y'all are charging $40. Are you out of your mind? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, if I could get the biggest show in the world for $10, like, you're not going to get me to pay $50 continuously every month, you know?
Right. But that's also why it's just the way that this looks, that almost every other wrestling company is making you pay for pay-per-views in some way. I mean, New Japan, you can get New Japan World, but still every now and then, like the New Japan Strong pay-per-views, you have to pay for them.
Yep.
TNA, you got to pay for their pay-per-views.
Mm-hmm.
Stardom, you got to pay for their pay-per-views. Almost every other company, they're making you pay for pay-per-views. So I don't think it's so much that AEW is an outlier here. It just seems like WWE
is the outlier.
Yeah, they're the only ones that are not making you pay for pay-per-views, but their revenue is so much different than everybody else's. They can afford to do that. And I still don't believe that if they had the chance, they would not make you pay for pay-per-views, because they absolutely want your money.
They want your money so bad. And if they can, like, they definitely have tested it. They're definitely leading towards that. I just can't believe that they're not. When I see UFC, who has a show tonight that's probably $70 to pay, you know, to get on top of their service, like, I mean, in a boxing fight's $100. Like, you know, like the game has changed a lot, and I just feel like they're gonna get there too. But as far as this and AEW giving us the opportunity to access their library, which is a big deal, and to be able to stream their show Dynamite and Collision live, big deal.
Yeah. Everything about this sounds good. The fact that they have reached the deal, and it seems like they might be double dipping here. If this Fox deal is true, you got a pretty big deal from Warner Brothers, and then are potentially getting a non-exclusive deal with Fox. That could be potentially even more money to add to this. And I'm very curious to see what this other show is going to be, because if Rampage is going away and it's just a straightforward wrestling show, I don't know what this is.
And there's something in the deal, the fine print or something about, because they were saying Shockwave would potentially be on Fox Sports 1 if that was like the initial talks, and something in this deal says that they can't be on Fox Sports 1, and the deal would have to be on regular Fox, which would be a super duper huge deal for AEW getting on regular Fox. Like, if you got a regular Fox deal and you're on Max, like, you're gonna gain a lot of more new fans.
Yeah, very interesting. Very curious to see not just what Shockwave ends up being and where it ends up. It sure seems like Fox is going to be where it ends up.
Fox is like, we want some wrestling, you guys. I don't think they were done with WWE, or maybe they try to like get a smaller deal or something, but they're still trying to be in the wrestling business.
The wrestling itself was profitable, but WWE, to my understand, was not. To sell commercials during WWE, very easy, but the amount that they were paying to sell the commercials during WWE was almost losing money. So when WWE left, to my understanding, I read it, but I fog brain, you know what I mean? So when WWE left, they were like, we can get another wrestling show in here that's not going to cost us
cheaper wrestling show.
Yeah. And here comes Tony Khan. You guys want some sickos? He's like, yeah, all right, say no more. Yeah.
And it's not like a super less than, it's AEW, so you're getting some pro wrestling, you're getting some high class shit.
Yeah.
Like, Fox might have lucked out.
Yeah. Yeah, coming out of this, we also got the 5-year anniversary show. Some things I really liked, some things that were a bit of a head scratcher. But overall, a pretty good show. Started surprisingly with Will Ospreay taking on Ricochet. Big match that people were immediately going, why are they giving away? It's on TV. And straight away, you saw why.
Yep. That ending, we're just trying to get to this triple threat match with Takeshita and them two guys. But I think, like, as far as an appetizer, this is the kind of appetizer you want. This was classic Ospreay and Ricochet fucking flips. They're reversing out of everything. They're countering every single spot. Like, this felt like the display that Ricochet really needed. Because, like, you could say that you're Ricochet and say that the legacy that you have, but if we can't see that you still got it, I fucking hate that chant, then fans aren't gonna come along for the ride. this showed that, oh yeah, he is that guy that he keeps telling us he is.
He's the guy from that highlight gift that you've seen of Will Ospreay. I'm still
Yes.
him. I'm looking back at it. While I'm not a fan of the finish, I understand it because the DQ was BS. The time over was BS. But all right, Konosuke, you coming out here being a piece of shit. Get your lick.
I would have rather them, Denise and I talked about it, just have done the Takeshita part and not the middle dumb part. Like, just do the DQ. Like, why are you doing the 5 minutes bit? Or whatever.
Because he knows the crap. Konosuke's out here trying to be Don Callis.
I thought the draw was stupid. I think the match was good. It was all of the greatest hits from their matches in Japan. They were hitting all the spots. They were hitting the superhero poses, everything. It was hitting. Great match, but boy, I didn't like that finish. I hated it. I mean, I think where we got to it was Takeshita. I'm here for it. I really liked it. I do think Takeshita will be our next international champion. And this match is going to hit the coming right after it and announcing the triple threat for Wrestle Dream. Here for all of that. I just hate how we got there.
Yep.
I don't like that finish at all. I mean, you straight away you're doing this double pinfall where Rick Knox is counting with both hands. It just looks silly.
Dog, if both shoulders are down, stop counting. Like, why did you keep counting? Then you're looking around to feel. I guess it. What do you mean you guess? What do you? I don't know what's happening here.
You look like idiots. Unless your name is Aubrey Edwards, you're a fucking idiot. And I hate
feel like they gave it to Rick Knox on purpose too. They're like, people already don't like you. Let's have you do another thing.
That's how I feel about Bryce Rensburg. I feel people just be shitting on Bryce for free. Like Bryce don't do nothing.
Not like Bryce either. Yeah, none of the referees like they're the most disrespected referees, it feels like, in wrestling.
Unless you're Aubrey Edwards, you're an idiot.
Guy's name?
Not Stefan. Stefan over there doing his job.
Hey, Stefan, he's great at his job. He'll never be fucking up. What a great guy.
He's like a good guy. His birthday just passed.
Hey,
happy birthday to him. That's what's up.
Yeah, we got
that finish sucked though.
Yeah, I didn't like that finish. But yeah, again, excited for the triple threat match. Excited for more of Takeshita doing what Takeshita does best. And I did think it was a good way to get heat on Takeshita, like Reg. Though I just don't think you should have did the double count out before that. You didn't need it.
Yeah.
And it was kind of the same way with the main event, where I liked the main event, but that stipulation was just silly. Having the first 20 minutes is for the Continental Classic, and then the rest, I didn't think you needed that. Well, just make it a AEW World Championship match if that's the point. And
exactly, I wanted to I was like explaining the stipulation online and getting myself typed in it because I thought the match was going to be played different. I was like, okay, they're doing this 20-minute part. That means like the first 20 minutes are going to be fought with urgency. Brian's going to, and like, no, they just like worked a big Okada match, which I'm in for, but you guys should have just said this was a AEW World Title match so we can like, you know, we'll have that first 20 minutes where Okada's just kicking it and then get into the Okada shit. I just didn't really understand it.
Just kicking it.
Great match though. I thought it was super fun for the big moments when they got into gear. It was like, oh yeah, this is that shit.
Yeah.
It was good, but I agree with the stipulation didn't make any sense. But once they said it was an overrun, I was like, oh, we're clowning. I see.
Right? Because they like essentially started the match like at the top of the hour or something.
They started at like 9:50. I was like, bro, ain't no way. 20 minutes. Okay, the overrun, maybe y'all give it 10, 15 minutes. Once we hit past like 10, 11, I was like, oh, we going to 30 minutes, aren't we?
Yeah. But yeah, very good match. I think it's probably my second favorite out of the three Okada Bryan matches. That spot where
you can't get the dome.
The dome one is the best one. I think this one is better than their Forbidden Door match just because that match was hampered by injuries. But this match, when it got into full gear, because it's usually how an Okada match goes, where it'll start slow and then it just gets better and better and better.
Big match Okada. He ain't about to get down for them first 15.
Yeah, but that sequence where Okada came out of the corner and hit that Psycho knee, And then Brian hit him with the Rainmaker, hit him very hard.
Oh, his Rainmaker was crazy. It was loud. It was so
I'm
loud.
gonna let you see the ring for real, homie.
For real, like this is what you be doing to people. Let me return the favor real quick.
Decapitating people. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. But even the finish was kind of meh for me. I wasn't a big fan of the backslide. They had Blackpool Combat Club come out and distract Okada long enough for Brian to come in and get the backslide for the win.
A distraction finish on fucking Okada, Philip Lindsey.
And I mean,
that's insane.
That's crazy.
I get what you're trying to do because you couldn't have Brian lose here.
Right.
But you
can't have Okada win.
You can't
lose
have
either,
Okada lose like exactly clean either because they're both champions. And this is a thing we talked about before of why I don't like that you keep putting champions against each other because you have to make these like awkward booking decisions. Exactly. But the match itself was very, very good. Great main event. I think it was a good way to continue this run to the end of his full-time career. And I thought the stuff after the match was very good too. I thought the opening promo where Blackpool Combat Club was walking in and they were teasing Yuta of like, hey man, where are you? Get to work. You're supposed to be here. And then Yuta's the one that comes out and saves Brian at the end. That leads to the build to the tag match. All that stuff was great.
Right. Yeah, I think everything kind of the build with BC, the new BCC and how Moxley's been moving. And then eventually we got Brian actually being like, no, I'm down. I'm about to fight. Like, we about to pull up. Like, what's up? You got the match. I think all of that was really good stuff.
Yeah, and I think it was Tony either last week or the week before that was saying that it seems like kind of the point of this Mox stuff is to build up younger guys and make them look better. We got 3 examples of that. We got the Darby promo where he's asking for the open challenge, and then the stuff here with Yuta. I think Yuta has benefited greatly from this storyline. His character work has been fantastic. I think him as a babyface is going to be great after this because he's shown so much range as a character.
Yeah, Darby's. Somebody was tweeting that they like his pre-tapes better than his in-rings, but I'm like, some of them in-rings be cooking though. Like Darby kind of got to, but the pre-tapes are always so hard though. Yeah, like the pre-tapes really it really gives up the essence of what Darby Allin represents in these pre-tapes.
Yeah, pre-tapes are heat, but then also we got the Private Party stuff. Private Party came out with a new theme song, which I really liked. Very Lil Jon and East Side Boys. Man, East Side Boys, East Siders. Sorry, I've been podcasting a long time. East Siders, but very good theme song for them. I was a big fan of their original theme song, but this hits. I think them coming out and being taken more seriously, squashing a team right away, and immediately calling out the Young Bucks, not going for more trio stuff. Push these guys, man. Put the belts on them.
Yo, a Private Party might have to be the ones to beat them at this point. Like they're setting them up. The fans are into them. Like they're showing more fire. They got his arm hit by Mox. Like, come on, what's up? What are we doing here?
Yeah,
push them. Don't be a coward.
Push these guys. Put the belts on these guys. Yeah, I thought this was great. Isaiah Cassidy, man, he has turned out to be one of the best promos over there, man. All of his promos are hitting now, man. They've got all of the momentum. You gotta strike while iron's hot now, man.
The time is now.
Yeah.
No John Cena.
Time is up. Your time is now. Word life.
We also got surprisingly very, very good match. Shouldn't be surprised that Hangman, because Hangman just has great matches, but I think people kind of sleep on Juice because Juice does a lot of the comedic stuff and the character stuff, but this match was very, very good.
Yeah, very different than I expected. I kind of expected Hangman to drag him, but like at one point where it's like 3/4 in, I was like, wait, Juice is like, he's really in this. He's like really shining. And I think that the fans love the Bullet Club Gold or the Bang Bang Gang, and Juice, they don't want to see him get throttled. I thought that immediately in the match. I was like, Hangman could come in and drag him, but that's not what they want for Juice. And so Juice holding on and kind of showing that Jay White's not the only strong piece of this puzzle and that he could hold his own was a great shot. I mean, Hangman's a great dance partner, so it's not really tough to bring out some heat with him.
Yeah, and it led to be exactly what I thought was coming. Because right afterwards, when Hangman
Sir.
continued to beat Juice down, Jay White came out with his New Japan theme.
Mhm.
Massive pop for this guy. He looked great. He looked back in great shape again, healthy. Cut a fantastic promo afterwards that they put online. Very excited for this feud.
The boy is back.
I'm
It's about
happy.
time.
Do something with him. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. That's been my new saying. Don't piss me off. And I have faith, but after the last time, I don't. So don't piss me off.
I mean, I just the prospect of Jay as a baby face. I'm very curious to see what that looks like because we haven't really seen it. Like he's notoriously a heel and he's such a great heel. I'm not sure what babyface Jay White looks like, and I'm interested to see at this point. Like Reg said, Bullet Club Gold are so popular, you kind of have to do something because they're getting cheered. So
It was becoming like an undeniable thing. Like, oh yeah, they're supposed to be bad guys, but every time they come out, everybody loves them, and they kind of talk like baby faces too. Anyways,
I mean, considering how they got screwed over by like the Elite and
Mhm.
and whatever was going on with that super group, I get it. And yeah, they were annoying because they're Billy Gunn's kids. And Danhausen didn't help call them ass boys, but I can honestly say over the last couple of months, you can't say that these guys are the bad guy.
Yeah,
no. We also got Britt Baker and Britsburg came out with her terrible towel. Had a solid match with Serena Deeb. This was another one where we had to do a screwy finish. And, but the match was fine. I thought that this was a decent match. Very surprised that it seems like after having a very divisive match at the pay-per-view and disappearing for weeks, Britt comes back and it looks like she's moving into the world title picture.
Yeah. When Mariah May was sitting out there scouting, I'm like, who is she scouting? I thought a minute she might have been scouting Serena. I was like, oh, she's not scouting Serena. But then after the match was over, Amanada came down to make the save. And so I'm like, okay, I don't know. I didn't think Britt was going to end up back here so fast, but she's back here.
Yeah, sure seems like that's where we're going. Meh.
What line? She said. She was right.
I mean, I'm not mad at the match, but I agree with I don't know why you're in the title scene so soon, but
yeah, you just lost.
What line? She said, you guys, what line?
We also got the Jericho stuff that was very, very
who? I'm kidding.
Polarizing, like all of this Jericho stuff is. It was not for me at all. I don't know why Jericho is back in the Ring of Honor World Title picture. I don't understand why we're doing this very WWS thing. I'm going to bring up your dead relative thing. I think all of it sucks. I think this sucks. I don't know where we're doing it.
I thought it was a little bit tasteless considering how Jay is viewed in the wrestling mythos. You've never wrestled with him. You know what I mean? Like you guys maybe have crossed paths backstage, but there's no personal history between y'all and between you and the Briscoes. So I was like, Jericho, this cheap heat. And then I don't know, that was on the floor rolling around in pig shit. And you picked it up and said, here's a joke.
So wait, you're saying he doesn't have any history with Jay? That's what you're saying?
I don't know. Did he wrestle Jay Briscoe? Because from everything that I didn't see him wrestle Jay Briscoe or the Briscoes. Damn, I look like an idiot.
No, you're right. I just think it's funny because somebody else said that on Twitter and people were upset with him.
Oh, was it lace front dress?
Let's just say Thursday was fucking annoying.
But you're right. But you're right. From the shit that I've seen, you've never interacted with this man on a professional level to say, oh, that's why your brother's dead. It's like,
and the issue is people added personal onto exactly what the same thing that I just said that Cresta said. I'm not talking about him outside. I'm talking about on TV in Ring of Honor. As someone who watches
as
Ring
a
of
character.
Honor as a character, I know this fool has never. Why? But
yeah, I didn't like any of this. Yeah, they introduced some Hook stuff here. Somebody attacked Taz backstage, and then Hook immediately did the interview where he was saying, "I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Whoever came from my family, I'm going to see you." I don't know what to make of this. I don't know if this is their way of turning Hook heel. Maybe this is the way to reintroduce Joe. Maybe that's part of
People
the
are
way.
saying it could be Christian, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. I think Hook attacked him, and I think that this is part of bringing Joe back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I could see Christian attacking Hook. Why wouldn't you? I mean, Taz, why wouldn't you want me to be your father?
Yeah. Which I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea because that could get us to Hook versus Nick Wayne. You can get like some interesting matchups. With
I would
that.
want to see Hook beat up Nick Wayne. I'm not gonna hold you. Something about Nick Wayne has a Roderick Strong punchable face, and I would love to see Hook beat him up. Just
But
beat him
like,
up. beat him
Nick
up.
Wayne's an exceptionally better worker than Hook is, though.
Yeah, I mean, but
like not even the same leagues.
You got to get Hook in more matches. You got to keep giving him more reps.
He just needs more reps. That's it.
He needs matches like that. Yeah, but this is pretty much it. Surprisingly massive pop for Shelton Benjamin, which
I mean, I knew people were gonna go ham, but they went ham. I was like, damn.
I was really happy he got that. Absolute legend. Doesn't always get his flowers. But I thought that segment was great as well. Him coming back and trying to give the card to Mercedes earlier that night, and then Nana trying to buck up at MVP and saying, "Man, I'll lace up my boots." And he was like, "Oh, really?" And the whole time he's saying it, I was like, "I don't know. MVP's a very big guy."
MVP's
I don't want
huge.
to
Like
see these two unks wrestle.
he was towering over Nana and Sheldon. Sheldon's a big ass too. I'm like, no, MVP's a goddamn monster, dog. And he's retired essentially.
Yeah, but man,
I don't want to see these two uncles fight. That's unfortunate.
But yeah, once he introduced Sheldon into the fray and the way they brought Sheldon in, I thought that was very smart. I think slowly bringing in each guy until we get to the Bobby reveal, I think that's very smart. And I thought this segment worked very well for what they're doing with Nana. And man, where if this is leading to Lashley versus Swerve, sign me up.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for the statement they made in that amount of time, like that segment was like 1.5 to 2 minutes. Like, yeah, that's pretty much all you need, you know?
Yeah, I think all of the small bits they're doing with MVP, he's knocking it out the park so far. And man, just the way they introduced Sheldon and the way that crowd went up for him, that's really cool. And it just leads to what I was saying before. I'm curious to see how MVP and Hurt Business or Hurt Syndicate now works in front of a live crowd, because we didn't get to see that when they were Hurt Business. At the peak of their success as Hurt Business, they got broken up before they got out of the Thunderdome. So, man, can't wait to see what that group looks like in front of a live crowd.
Not pandemic group in a real group, in a real crowd. Yeah, it's exciting, especially with like the energy I know MVP's about to bring. Like just that little tidbit we got last week with him giving like when he gets fully into something, he's gonna set some shit on fire. It's gonna be dope.
I can tell you the promo battles between MVP and Stokely Hathaway's eventual team. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna be fantastic.
I hope Stokely's there.
Yeah. Yo, this is why they don't like you on Twitter. This is why they don't like you.
This is why, though. You're 100% correct, Krista. Because I'm like, it was a joke, dog. Why y'all doing this to me?
You just saying stuff that nobody want to hear.
Nobody gets my joke. I'm gonna start being like those terrible comedians. Cancel culture of never. This is why you can't tell a joke anymore.
You just have to hit it with the hands. I see my genius is wasted on this crowd.
That is all of our topics. I think we got all of our humper chats. Let me double check.
We got 2 super chats. LaRon Ford says, "Sorry I'm late. Happy 3rd anniversary. Appreciate you, LaRon. Thank you for continuously supporting us." And then Speedpunk says, "AEW is 2 hours and 30 minutes for this episode. I wouldn't be mad if every week it was 2.5 hours if they're getting rid of Rampage."
No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
2 hours is enough. No.
I don't know what that means, but we shall see.
We shall overcome. All right, let's go. I'm so tired. We got to get off the show. I love you guys, but I'm so tired.
We have one last humper chat from Smiley BWR. Afternoon, y'all. Hope everyone is doing well. Bad Blood show should be a good show. Won't be watching. I'll be at Navy Pier. Hi, Reggie. Love you, Cresta. Come to Freeland Phil. Happy anniversary, guys.
Well, shit, Tracy. I hope you have fun at wherever you said. That should be fun.
She said she's going to Navy Pier, which is a big tourist trap here in Chicago.
Oh, you about to do some Chicago shit. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Yep, that's everything. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you guys as always. Appreciate the continued support. This is 3 years in the bag. Hopefully another successful year next year. You know what it's been. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. It's Righteous Reg. Crest the Star. We are out of here.
Bye.